Chapter 36:28. Leader Chou is too naive. Perhaps she has been deceived. Yes, we have to send someone to bring Chou back quickly. Otherwise, there will be even more trouble. The few elders spoke quickly. The spirit tribe was huge, and it was divided into many factions. Hence, the factions were very complicated. For example, these few elders were from the Spirit Lotus faction. They were definitely not convinced that Shenjingqiu was the Holy Lady. However, they did not dare to say anything because of the leader's suppression. Now that something like this had happened, they could naturally do something in secret. The girl's eyes flickered. Chou might be naive, but she was not stupid. This little girl is very smart. She has never disappointed us in anything she has done. Do you think she would make a mistake in her judgment? Although that was the case, Chou was still too inexperienced. Perhaps someone had cast an eye technique on her, or perhaps she had lost her mind. In any case, we have to bring Chou back. The few elders insisted. Some elders objected. You all know that Chou also came from the ancient path in the starry sky. She also came from the first star realm. She must have some friends in the first star realm. Maybe this person was her former friend? Even if he is a friend, he should not be her husband. A friend and a husband are two different concepts. That's right. So what if she has friends? She is already a member of the spirit tribe. She should draw a clear line with the past. Not everyone can be friends with the Holy Lady of the Spirit Tribe. All right, stop making wild guesses. Send someone to bring Chou back. Let her explain herself. However, you all have to be careful. Chou is going to take part in Peerless City's test. Nothing can happen to her. I will send someone to bring the Holy Lady back. The 13th elder spoke quickly before he went to make preparations. Oh yes, there has been a lot of talk outside recently. Have you heard about the invincible person? Is the family leader talking about Lin Moody? We have heard that he is a young genius. It is said that the first time he showed his talent was at the Martial Way competition. He defeated 3 outstanding geniuses consecutively. That shocked all the saints. It is not just that. It is said that he used an eye technique to defeat Water Sky City and Wang Xiaofeng. He used his physique to defeat Sher Bufan. This was simply the strongest domain of the 3 great geniuses. He had defeated them. This could no longer be described as a genius. He was a monster, a rare monster in the world. This person would also participate in Wushuang City's assessment. He would be the Holy Maiden's greatest enemy. If the Saintess wasn't going to win the championship, there shouldn't be too much conflict between them. Another elder said. Beside him, Lian Hua and the others were also shocked. After they came out of the falling Flower Valley, they immediately returned. They didn't know what happened during that time. Who would have thought that after they left, such a huge incident would happen on the Flying Sparrow planet? A peerless genius would appear out of nowhere. This Lin Wudi was definitely a peerless hero. Between him and Di Ling, who was stronger and who was weaker? If she could marry such a person, then her life would be worth it. These people's faces were filled with envy. The leader of the Spirit Clan snorted. It was normal for 1 or 2 geniuses to be hidden in the universe. You don't have to be so surprised. Moreover, I'm guessing that there might be other geniuses in Wushuang City's assessment. Let's just wait and see. But no matter what, we must ensure that Chou joins Wushuang City successfully. Hearing this, the rest of them were also serious. Indeed, although the Spirit Clan was strong, compared to Wushuang City, they were still lacking. If they wanted to develop further, they had to borrow the strength of the Holy City. The rest of you should leave too, the leader of the Spirit Clan said. The elders left one after another. Ling Lianhua and the others also left the core area. At this moment, a lady said, Sister Lianhua, do you think the clan will punish Shinjingqiu? That's right. What if she refuses to acknowledge us? Ling Lianhua sneered. She looked around and didn't say anything. She just waved her hand. The group of people flew quickly. After flying for about an hour, they stopped and arrived at a palace. Ling Lianhua cast a defensive array and said softly, "What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, we are telling the truth. The clan can easily investigate this matter. Moreover, do you think they will be so safe? Sister Lianhua, are you thinking of attacking the saintess? We can't beat her." The surrounding disciples of the spirit clan frowned. Ling Lianhua sneered, "I'm not that stupid. I won't do it myself. However, I heard that the gigolo has enmity with the Rain clan. It seems that the gigolo wanted to get close to Yu Shirchia. Later, he was discovered by the Rain clan and was chased out. That guy is too hateful. He is a toad that wants to eat swan meat. First, he wanted to get close to Yu Shirchia. Now he wants to get close to our saintess. These people are also gnashing their teeth." Ling Lianhua smiled. "So, I secretly told the Rain clan's young master that the kid is in Falling Flower Valley. As for what happens next, it's none of our business. However, I think the Rain clan's young master won't let that kid go." Hearing this, the surrounding people also laughed. It seemed that the gigolo was going to die. If he died, Shen Jingqiu and the Rain clan's young master would have conflict. It would be best if both sides died together. Anyway, when the time comes, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. Ling Lianhua sneered. Falling Flower Valley. After Lin Xian returned, he began to adjust his state. However, on this day he frowned. The entire surroundings of Falling Flower Valley changed. A lot of fog appeared. It was not the fog of death, but another kind of fog. It seemed to separate the entire Falling Flower Valley. There was a problem. Lin Xian instantly became cautious. It seemed that someone was going to attack him. Sure enough, when the fog separated the Falling Flower Valley, several figures appeared in the sky. One of them glanced at Lin Xian and said, "Yes, it's this kid. Do it." A cold voice sounded. In the sky, there was a muffled thunder. Then, the void split open and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression changed. All the hair on his body stood up. This attack made him feel a huge threat. Therefore, he did not hesitate and directly used his spatial magic to tear open the void and escape. Boom! A terrifying sound rang out. The place where Lin Xian was originally standing was shattered and turned into chaos. He actually dodged. This kid's movement technique. It was really strange. The three figures in the sky descended. They frowned. "Today, I will update 4 times. Tomorrow, I will update 5 times. Thank you for your support." Chapter 36-29. Who are you? Who sent you here? Lin Xian asked coldly. "You won't have the chance to know. If you want to know, go to hell and ask the king of hell." The middle-aged man in the lead sneered. Behind him were 2 old men, an old man and an old woman. Both of them had murderous intent in their eyes. The 3 of them were very powerful. At this moment, they were dealing with a second heaven sage together. It was a situation where death was certain. Buzz! Lin Xian suddenly used his spatial ability and came in front of the old man, punching out. The terrifying fist carried an unparalleled aura. "You're courting death." The old man was furious. How dare the other party take the initiative to attack him? He roared and smashed out the dragon-headed cane in his hand with monstrous laws. Boom! The 2 collided and the mountain collapsed. The old man was sent flying. The dragon-headed cane in his hand was smashed and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. This shocking scene made the other 2 people's expressions change drastically. Wasn't this kid too evil? Let's attack together and kill him. The middle-aged man in the lead shouted angrily. The old woman beside him also had a piercing light in her eyes. He held a golden hairpin in his hand that transformed into monstrous flames. A killing sword appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Powerful murderous intent filled the entire world. The last old man roared and his shattered body reassembled. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Lin Xian. When the 3 sages attacked together, the power was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian did not resist, but kept dodging. He tore the void and shuttled between heaven and earth. If our intelligence is correct, there is a woman in the Luohua Valley who is cultivating. Capture that woman, and this kid will definitely be captured. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. Suddenly, the old man turned into a meteor and flew into the depths of the valley like a dragon. How dare you? Lin Xian was furious. He roared, and a golden hand descended from the sky, cutting off the heavenly road. Humph! It seems that there is someone inside. After the old man was stopped, he laughed instead of being angry. The old woman and middle-aged man also prepared to break out of the encirclement. As long as they could capture the person inside, the other side would definitely hold back. Lin Xian executed the Kuan Peng movement technique and leaped past the three of them, arriving opposite of them. With a swipe of his palm, a sword chi shattered the void. Those who cross the line will die. Kid, you think you can threaten us? He really overestimated himself. We came here this time to kill you. Wang. After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and took out a dazzling bead. The moment the bead appeared, the entire world froze. Lin Xian also felt his body stiffen. The surrounding void seemed to have solidified, giving him a strong pressure. What was that? His face was filled with shock. Kid, aren't you good at running? Why don't you try running again? The three people opposite him laughed heartily. With the mind-fixing pearl, it could fix the universe. No matter how fast you were, what could you do? Mind fixation pearl. Lin Xian's face turned cold. Black Mountain said, "It should be a sage artifact that is used to seal the void." So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. It seemed like these people didn't suddenly come up with this idea. They had been planning this for a long time to kill him. He didn't know where these people had come from. Capture the woman inside. I want to see this kid's expression of despair. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick laughed and walked into the valley. When he came to Lin Xian's side, he mocked him. Kid, aren't you very powerful? In a moment, I'll let you watch your woman die in our hands. I'll let you have a taste of a life worse than death. Damn it! Lin Xian roared furiously, and his eyes shone with a piercing, cold light. Black Mountain, do you have a way to teleport all of us to the outer region? Fighting here is too much of a threat to Chiu. His opponents were three very powerful sages, and they even had sage artifacts. If he fought against them, the valley would be destroyed. In this way, Chiu would definitely be affected during her cultivation. Black Mountain said, "No problem. I've already set up a formation in this valley. Watch me." As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palm. An entire valley shone brightly. The sky and earth spun, and everyone was teleported out. In the blink of an eye, they were in outer space. What's going on? The old man was stunned. He had almost reached the depths of the valley, but he didn't expect to be teleported away. The middle-aged man and the old woman were also astonished. After that, they thought of the formation, and it was a teleportation formation. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect there to be such a thing in the valley. Let's kill our way back, the old man suggested. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed coldly. No, our main target is this kid. Let's get rid of him first. Kid, do you think you can move freely just because you're in outer space? The soul-fixing pearl was useful no matter where it was. He waved his hand, and the pearl started to spin and float in the sky again. Suddenly, the void froze again. Lin Xian felt as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even use his spatial abilities. When they saw Lin Xian in this state, the three of them laughed and walked forward again. Come on. Each of you can think of 100 ways to torture him. We can't let him die so easily. The three of them laughed sinisterly as they walked forward. Lin Xian's expression was cold. When the three of them came closer, he laughed coldly. Are you going to kill me just like that? Do you really think I can't resist? Do you think you can resist? The three of them were stunned. After that, they smiled coldly. Kid, to be honest, Even a fourth heaven sage can't do anything to the concentration pearl. A fifth heaven sage might not even be able to escape completely. You're just a second heaven sage? Dream on. Their faces were full of disdain. However, after that, their expressions changed. Lin Xian's body suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying light. A pagoda rushed out, and the sound of heaven and earth shattering could be heard. Countless cracks appeared in the space. The space sealed by the concentration pearl was directly shattered. How was that possible? The three of them were stunned as if they had seen a ghost. The other party actually broke the concentration pearl. That was too unbelievable. What is the concentration pearl? Very powerful. You want to kill me with just the three of you? Do you have the strength? Lin Xian sneered. He took out the great sage pagoda and swept it in all directions. The three great sage people vomited blood and flew backward. Their bodies were blasted apart. Their faces were filled with fear. Run. The other party also had a sacred artifact in his hand. It was an extremely terrifying sacred artifact. They couldn't fight against it at all. Damn it, they cursed in their hearts. Their intelligence was wrong. They didn't know that the other party had such a trump card. Otherwise, they wouldn't have accepted this assassination mission. Chapter 3630. Retreat. The three of them quickly retreated. How could Lin Xian allow them to leave? He immediately swung the great sage pagoda at the old man. With a boom, the old man exploded. His miserable cries rang out, and the other two felt their scalps go numb. It's too strong. What level is this sage weapon? They can't resist it at all. The old man's miserable body tried to heal, but the great sage pagoda exploded again. Lin Xian reached out with one hand and grabbed the old man's soul. Didn't you want to kill me? You want to attack Chiaoa? You're good. Now try to kill me. I've already said that anyone who crosses the line will die. Did you take my words for granted? I deserve to die. Spare my life. The old man screamed in horror. Spare your life? Do you think it's possible? I actually said that anyone who crosses the line will die. Now die. I technique locking spring and autumn. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden light. He immediately used his eye technique and set 1,000 cycles. He wanted the old man to suffer the torture of fate 1,000 times. In the next moment, the old man's soul screamed miserably in the sky. Go quickly. The other two companions didn't dare to stay any longer. They fled in opposite directions. Black Mountain, go and capture one. I'll capture the other. Lin Xian said coldly. Black Mountain flew towards the old woman. Lin Xian directed his killing intent at the middle-aged man. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Xian still cared about him, the middle-aged man roared. He activated the composure pearl again and attacked. The composure pearl spun in the sky. It could seal off space. It was a sage weapon, and its power was terrifying. When it appeared, the sky fell and the earth cracked. However, no matter how powerful a sage weapon was, it was useless in front of the great sage pagoda. Lin Xian directly swung the great sage pagoda. It smashed down like a huge mountain. With a clang, it collided with the composure pearl. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the void within thousands of miles shattered. The middle-aged man kept retreating, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His face was full of shock. Lin Xian was too strong. He couldn't believe it. At this moment, his scalp was numb, and he was filled with regret. Damn it, the Rain Clan actually gave him false information. If he could return alive, he definitely wouldn't let that young master of the Rain Clan off. However, would he be able to return alive? He didn't know, but now it seemed like he could only fight to the death. He looked at the mind fixation pearl in his hand and felt a pang of pain. He could only sacrifice this saint artifact in exchange for his life. Thinking up to this point, his palms continued to form seals, striking out strands of the laws of heaven and earth, guiding them into the mind fixation pearl. The mental fixation pearl spun rapidly, emitting a dangerous aura. Not good. Lin Xian frowned. The other party wanted to use a saint tool to stop him. He would not let the other party succeed. With a wave of his hand, the great sage pagoda soared into the air and froze the mind-fixing pearl. The mind-fixing pearl could no longer be used. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was stunned. In the next moment, he turned around and left. Lin Xian charged forward once more, scaring his opponent so much that his scalp went numb. However, when he saw that Lin Xian was charging at him, he started laughing. "Kid, without that pagoda, do you think you're a match for me?" He was too excited. He did not expect to use the mind fixation tribe to restrain the other party's pagoda. This way, he would not be afraid of the other party at all. Next, the middle-aged man attacked. Laws that filled the sky surged out, wanting to kill Lin Xian. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out strands of divine light. They were all the great Tao of heaven and earth, and they were definitely killing moves. "Kid, go to hell." The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. He was at the third heaven sage, one heaven higher than the other party. How could he not kill the other party? However, Lin Xian did not care at all. Without the mind fixation pearl, the other party was no threat to him at all. In the next moment, he pulled out the great spear of destruction and charged forward. One terrifying sword chi after another slashed out in all directions, slicing apart all the laws. Lin Xian descended forcefully and kicked out. His golden divine body was covered in black qilin tattoos. They were densely packed and lifelike. As soon as he appeared, a loud qilin monkey appeared. With a kick, the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The middle-aged man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Saint blood spurted out from every pore on his body. His bones shattered in an instant, and his entire body turned into a pile of mud. Horror, infinite panic, fear. He did not expect that the other party would still be so strong without a saint artifact. The other party's physique was too strong, so strong that it made him despair. Run. He did not dare to say anything else. He wanted to escape, but Lin Xian's attack pierced through his heart and nailed him to death in the void. He screamed. His soul wanted to escape, but at this time, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. A technique, spring and autumn lock. Another miserable scream sounded. The middle-aged man also experienced endless torture. This was even more miserable than the torture of being naked. After 999 cycles of spring and autumn, Lin Xian searched the other party's soul and found out their origins. It turned out that the three of them were assassins. They had received a bounty from the Rain Clan's young master, Yu Qinya, and came to assassinate him. Rain Clan, Yu Qinya. Lin Xian's face was cold. "Brat, how was it?" At this time, the distant He Shan also flew back. Behind him was an old woman, but she had already turned into a dried corpse. Most likely, all the energy in her body had been sucked dry by He Shan. "Did you kill her directly? Did you not search her soul?" Lin Xian asked. "What kind of existence is this saint? Do I need you to teach me this kind of thing?" This guy was a member of the Rain Clan. Someone from the Rain Clan? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed like there were two assassins and an expert from the Rain Clan. "Did you obtain any useful information?" Lin Xian asked coldly. For example, where was the Rain Clan's young master? He did not mind assassinating the other party. There is indeed a useful piece of information. Do you know who leaked this information to the Rain Clan? Oh, who? Lin Xian was stunned. He Shan said that it was the clansman of that girl, the Spirit Clan. After saying that, he waved his hand and shot out an illusion. Seeing this illusion, Lin Xian frowned. Spirit Lotus, damn it, it was actually this woman who leaked the information. Then, the other party wanted to use the Rain Clan to kill him. At the same time, they might kill Shinjingqiu as well. Thinking of this possibility, his face became incomparably gloomy. He did not immediately take action because he felt that it was better to tell Qiu about this matter first. He used the great sage pagoda to subdue the mind fixation pearl and put it away. After taking a deep breath, he returned to the Fian planet and went to the falling flower valley. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu had already woken up in the falling flower valley. Lin Xian told her about what had happened. After hearing it, Shen Jingqiu's face immediately changed. Damn it, they actually dared to be so despicable. Brother Lin, just you wait, I will get an explanation for you. After saying that, he flew into the sky. It seemed like he wanted to go to the Spirit Clan. Spirit Clan. The 13th elder sent people to the Fian planet to bring Shen Jingqiu back. Not long after they flew out, they were stunned, because they saw a stream of light flying over. It was the Saintess spirit boat. The Saintess had returned. They were all stunned. In the next moment, they saw Shen Jingqiu walking out of the spirit boat. Saintess, you're back. That's great. We still have to go and pick you up. Those martial artists were overjoyed. Shen Jingqiu's face was cold. She asked, "Where is the lotus?" Chapter 30, 631. Lianhua, why are you looking for her? Is it because Lianhua snitched? What? She snitched on me? Shen Jingqiu did not care about those people and rushed straight into the family. Although she did not know where Lianhua was, there were only 3 or 4 places that she frequented. She just had to check them one by one. Sure enough, when she went to 2 places, she did not find Lianhua. But at the 3rd place, which was called Fairy Water Platform, she found her. Fairy Water Platform. It was a very famous place in the Spirit Clan because the water here contained the power of heaven and earth. It was very magical. Some sages liked to stay here. Lianhua was also a sage, so she naturally liked to cultivate here. Sure enough, she saw many people around Lianhua. There were both men and women, and they were talking and laughing about something. They looked very happy. Boom! Shen Jingqiu's sudden appearance caused the atmosphere to become oppressive. The Spirit Clan warriors below all looked up. In the next moment, they were stunned. Even Lianhua was stunned. Shen Jingqiu was back. So fast? This was too unbelievable. Even if the clan took action, it would not be so fast. She laughed. Sister is back. What's the matter? Do you have something to tell me? Shen Jingqiu descended from the sky. She looked at Lianhua and said coldly, "You know what you did." "What did I do? What did I do?" "Oh, you are talking about your matter. I have no choice. Since the old ancestor asked, I can only tell the truth. Moreover, even if I don't say it, the clan will send an elder to ask around and they will know. You can't blame me for this. You can only blame yourself for being willing to be with that brat." "Humph! I am not talking about this matter." Shen Jingqiu snorted. "Not this matter. Then what is it?" Lianhua was stunned. The others were also stunned. Shen Jingqiu said, "I am talking about the assassination." "What assassination?" Many people cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. However, Lianhua's pupils shrank. Damn it! What was going on? Did she know? Or did the assassination fail? Impossible. With the methods of the Rain Clan's young master, how could the assassination fail? Her expression was a little unnatural, but she quickly squeezed out a smile. "Little sister, why can't I understand what you're saying?" As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped on the face and fell to the ground. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ling Lianhua was stunned. The other party actually dared to hit her. "Damn it!" She screamed and jumped up. "Shen Jingqiu, you dare to hit me?" "Pa!" As soon as she finished speaking, she received another slap on her face, which directly knocked her to the ground. Her originally beautiful face was now incomparably red. Her face had been beaten to a pulp. "Damn it, I'll fight out with you." Spirit Lotus Flower was also a proud daughter of the clan. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Therefore, she jumped up and directly rushed towards Shen Jingqiu. "Humph!" Shen Jingqiu snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura appeared on her body. A purple cloud, combined with the power of heaven and earth, spread out. Between heaven and earth, the great Tao rumbled, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they kept regretting. Even Spirit Lotus Flower was trembling, and her face was filled with fear. Damn it! The other party's aura and strength had increased, and it really made her jealous. She knew that she couldn't defeat the other party, so she could only stand there trembling. You actually dared to hit me. Even my father couldn't bear to hit me. Indeed, she was the most outstanding girl in their clan. No one had ever dared to hit her, and now she was slapped twice in public. How could she endure it? Who dares to bully my daughter? In the sky, a cold voice rang out, and then a middle-aged man came down. Father. When Spirit Lotus Flower saw this person, she immediately cried out in alarm. The others also felt their scalps go numb. A saint expert had come. This was Spirit Lotus Flower's father. As expected, after the middle-aged man landed, he saw the red handprint on Spirit Lotus Flower's face and immediately became angry. Damn it, you dare to hit me. He stared at Shin Jingqiu, and a biting, cold killing intent burst out in his eyes. Shin Jingqiu sneered without fear. What? You dare to hit me? If you have the ability, try to hit me. The middle-aged man was so angry that his body trembled, but he didn't do anything. Shin Jingqiu was the saintess, and her position in the clan was extremely unusual. Even he couldn't casually hit her. However, he still said coldly, although you are the saintess, you have gone too far by hitting Lotus Flower, right? Do you really think there's no one in our clan? I've gone too far. Shin Jingqiu sneered. Ask your daughter, what did she do? Your daughter secretly colluded with the Rain clan and sent assassins to assassinate me. How dare she? Now, do you still think that I've gone too far by slapping her twice? Why don't we go to the old ancestor to judge and see how the old ancestor will deal with it? What? Hire assassins to assassinate her. The surrounding people were completely stunned, and they didn't dare to believe it. The middle-aged man's pupils also shrank. Impossible. Although Lotus Flower was a bit capricious, she knew her limits and wouldn't do such a thing. As he spoke, he looked at Spirit Lotus Flower, hoping that she would stand out and defend herself. However, when he saw Spirit Lotus Flower's pale face, his heart fell. Could it be that Lotus Flower was really muddle-headed and did such a thing? If that was really the case, then the situation would be different. Not to mention the saintess slapping her twice. Even if she killed Lotus Flower directly, he couldn't say anything, because the saintess was going to take over the Spirit clan in the future, and it was needless to say how important it was. Now, Lotus Flower actually did such a thing, which was already a capital crime. No, I didn't. Spirit Lotus Flower screamed in horror. Shin Jingqiu sneered. Why? Do you want me to show evidence? Not good. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that the other party even had evidence. However, if she really showed it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save his daughter. Therefore, at the next moment, he said, Saintess, this matter is a misunderstanding. Calm down first. I'll help you to ask around. Misunderstanding? That's not what you said just now. Shen Jingqiu sneered. She was completely angry now. She didn't care what the other party thought. These people dared to kill her brother Lin. They had already touched her reverse scale. No, I didn't want to kill her. I really didn't want to kill her. I just wanted to kill the pretty boy next to her. When she said that, everyone was in an uproar. The middle-aged man also cursed in his heart. Oh no, he didn't expect Spirit Lotus Flower to be so easily frightened and blurt out everything. However, at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Spirit Lotus Flower still knew her limits, and her target wasn't Shin Jingqiu directly. In this case, there was still room for negotiation. Shen Jingqiu said coldly, Killing my brother Lin is equivalent to killing me. Chapter 3632. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. It seemed like Shen Jingqiu was determined to get spiritual lotus. Ling Lian Hua's face was filled with despair as he looked at his father. The middle-aged man also frowned. He said, Holy Maiden, this matter might be a misunderstanding. I hope that the Holy Maiden won't hold it against me. I just got a sacred weapon and some cultivation resources. I'll send them to Holy Lady. I hope Holy Lady can forget about this. I don't need any sacred weapon or cultivation resources. I only need to punish Spiritual Lotus. Don't go overboard. The middle-aged man was furious. After all, Spiritual Lotus was his daughter. Shin Jingqiu sneered. You can choose to stop me, but I'll report this to the old ancestor. When the law enforcement hall comes, you won't be able to stop them. What do you want? Hearing the words law enforcement hall, the middle-aged man's expression turned ugly. He didn't want this matter to be blown out of proportion. It's simple. She dares to assassinate my brother Lin. I'll break her arms. I'll make her swear that she'll never be brother Lin's enemy. Break her arms. Swear. Everyone gasped when they heard that. They had never seen Shin Jingqiu with such a serious expression. Spiritual Lotus's face turned pale. If this matter was spread out, she would be too ashamed to face anyone. She wanted to resist, but the middle-aged man's eyes flickered. Although the punishment was severe, at least she could keep her life. He nodded and said, "Okay." "Father." Spiritual Lotus wanted to say something, but the middle-aged man roared, "Shut up!" After saying that, he waved his hand. His palm was like a heavenly knife, cutting off Spiritual Lotus's arms. A miserable cry rang out. The spirit lotus flower was in so much pain that it hovered between life and death. The middle-aged man said again, "Swear that I'll never be Holy Lady's enemy." "I swear that I'm wrong. I'll never be Holy Lady's enemy. If I break my oath, I'll be struck by lightning and be destroyed." Hearing this, Shen Jingqiu snorted. "I hope you know what you're doing. If there's a next time, I'll kill you with my own hands." After saying that, she turned and left. Only the middle-aged man with a gloomy face and the shocked people around him were left. The news spread quickly. The entire spirit race knew about it. Everyone was in an uproar. The Holy Maiden had finally shown her strength. He wondered how the Spirit Lotus faction was going to retaliate. However, this matter was suppressed as soon as it was discussed. It turned out that it was the clan leader who reprimanded Ling Lianhua and forbade her from taking a single step out of the spirit clan for 10 years. Obviously, the patriarch was on Shen Jingqiu's side. For a moment, no one dared to say anything. After Shen Jingqiu finished punishing the spiritual lotus flower, she went to the patriarch's place, explained the situation, and then left. Fian planet, outer space. In the projection of the 9 levels of heaven, more and more people gathered. Everyone could feel the powerful aura of the 9 levels of heaven in order to deal with the final test. At this moment, there were a few people who were extremely eye-catching. One of them was Yu Qinya and the others. Yu Qinya and Yu Shirchia also came to experience the projection of the 9 heavens. There were many people gathered around them. Most of them were here to follow Yu Qinya. After all, Yu Qinya was one of the 8 great sky prides. In addition, his sister was as beautiful as a flower. She was a famous beauty in the universe. In a short period of time, there were countless suitors. Yu Qinya smiled. Yu Shirchia had a noble look on her face. The two of them were like gods, arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Young Master Qinya was indeed powerful. There was no problem for him to become a disciple of Peerless City. That was for sure. Young Master Yu was one of the 8 great sky prides. There was no doubt that he would join Peerless City. What young master Yu wanted to do was to fight for the position of the head disciple of the 3rd generation. This time, Peerless City was recruiting the 3rd generation disciples. Whoever could win the competition would become the head disciple of the 3rd generation. Whoever could become the head disciple of the 3rd generation would be dazzling. Countless people would look up to him. He might even become the personal disciple of the Sage King. Hearing the compliments from the people around him, Yu Qianya's lips curled up. The feeling of being the center of attention was great. The head disciple, he whispered. His eyes shone with a cold light. To be honest, as one of the 8 great sky prides, he had a high chance of succeeding. Moreover, his goal this time was to become the head disciple. One had to know that he was very ambitious. He must become the Sage King's personal disciple. Humph. You want to become the Sage King's personal disciple? At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Hearing this, everyone felt numb. Who was it? Who dared to mock Yuchinya? Did he want to die? They turned their heads to look, but at this moment they were blinded by the light. In the sky, a ball of light descended. It was like a peerless divine light, descending from the sky with a powerful aura. Damn, run. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Who dared to provoke Yuchinya and even attack him? Did he want to die? Everyone retreated. Yuchinya's face also changed. He snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. Like a small universe, he slapped towards the sky. Boom! 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 Intense explosions sounded. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The powerful laws of heaven and earth swept in all directions. The surrounding peoples blood boiled. The weaker ones vomited blood. Their faces were full of fear. Who was it? Yuchinya's face also darkened. Come out. He saw a figure walking over from afar. It's you. When he saw the figure, he frowned. Beside him, Yusiki was also stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. Shen Jingqiu, the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. They gasped. She was also one of the 8 great sky prides. But why was she fighting with Yuchinya? Could it be that there was a grudge between them? So it was the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Yuchinya frowned. Holy maiden, you want to spar with me? You want to sneak attack me? You know that sneak attacks are dangerous. Then when you sent assassins to assassinate me and Brother Lin, did you think that you would be punished? What? His words were like thunder. The surrounding people were stunned. The young master of the Rain clan assassinated the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Heavens, this is really a shocking piece of news. Are they trying to make a big deal out of it? If the assassination was successful, the Rain clan and the spirit tribe would not rest until one of them was dead. Yuchinya's pupils shrank. Damn it, it seemed that the assassination failed. Moreover, he had been exposed. However, he would never admit it. He sneered. Assassination? I think you misunderstood, holy maiden. I have no fate with you. Why would I assassinate you? Chapter 30, 633. Shin Jingqiu snorted coldly. She disdained to argue with the other party, because she already had concrete evidence. So she decisively attacked. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Yuchinya was also angry. Both of them were one of the 8 geniuses. How could he be afraid of the other party? For a time, the two of them fought. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding onlookers all retreated. At the same time, they were extremely puzzled. What was going on? Why did Yuchinya want to assassinate Shen Jingqiu? Finally, they found a clue. You're saying that Shen Jingqiu's husband is related to the Rain clan. Yes, it was that kid. It was said that he came from the first astral realm and saved Yushurtia when he came. Some time ago, the benefactor of the Rain clan was that kid? They finally understood the complicated relationship between the two parties. It seemed that the Rain clan did not plan to let that person go and sent someone to assassinate him again. And that person had an extraordinary relationship with Shen Jingqiu. That was why the battle between Shen Jingqiu and Yuchinya had arisen. Everyone was in an uproar. Among them, there was one person whose face was gloomy. He was Lin Xian. Previously, Shen Jingqiu had left here to return to her family. He had also come to 9th heaven again. He prepared to sense it. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. With a cold snort, his face changed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. His expression was abnormally cold. He did this naturally to prevent others from recognizing him. His eyes flickered as he looked at the battlefield ahead. Suddenly, his brows furrowed because he discovered that someone had made a move. It turned out that in the battle between Shen Jingqiu and Yuchinya was suppressed. Yuchinya's ranking among the 8 geniuses was originally below Shen Jingqiu. Now that Shen Jingqiu had been in seclusion for a period of time, her strength had increased, so she was gradually suppressing you, Qinya. And at this time, Yu Shijie made a move. She definitely wanted to stand on her brother's side. So the moment she attacked, a terrifying law flew toward Shen Jingqiu. It forced Shen Jingqiu back. Everyone was in an uproar. Was this a group attack? Shen Jingqiu also sneered. What a Rain clan! They were truly despicable and shameless. Previously, I only heard that you assassinated your own benefactor. At first, I had my suspicions, but now it seems that your despicable and shameless acts have reached the peak. What? Do you think that you and your brother are a match for me if you join forces? Come, let me see just how powerful your Rain clan's two heavenly prides are. Shen Jingqiu coldly snorted and waved her jade-like hand. Suddenly, the power of heaven and earth surged, and the void collapsed. Everyone was shocked. No wonder she was the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Her use of the power of heaven and earth was much better than that of other sages. Although Yu Shijie wasn't one of the 8 great prodigies, she was still very strong. The two of them together were terrifying. For a moment, Shen Jingqiu was at a disadvantage. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. There was nothing they could do. 2 against 1 was still too much. That's right. If they were just 2 ordinary saints, it wouldn't be a problem. But these 2 people, one of them was from one of the 8 great heavenly sects. Even if the other wasn't, he wasn't far off. If they worked together, it would be difficult for Shen Jingqiu to contend against them. Defeat was only a matter of time. Shen Jingqiu felt an enormous pressure. Her small face was ice cold, but she wouldn't back down. 2 against 1. How could they have the face to be called one of the 8 great prodigies? A mocking voice rang out. I think some people should be removed from the 8 great prodigies. Once the voice rang out, everyone's scalps went numb. It seemed that someone was going to interfere. But who was it? Although they disdained the Rain clan's methods, no one dared to interfere. The Rain clan was a top clan. Who dared to offend them? Unless it was someone from the spirit tribe. Could it be that an expert from the spirit tribe had come? They all turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they were all stunned, because they saw a middle-aged man walk out. Who was this person? They were all stunned. Yu Qinya and the others also turned their heads. Their expressions were incomparably cold. Someone actually dared to interfere in their affairs. Did they want to die? In the next moment, they were all stunned. Yu Qinya even screamed, It's you! That's right, it's me. It seems that young master, you still remembers me. The middle-aged man sneered. He was Lin Xian in disguise. Lin Xian had changed his appearance, and the person he was impersonating was the middle-aged man who had tried to assassinate him. That was why Yu Qinya was incomparably shocked when he saw him. Boom! Who are you? Shen Jingqiu asked with a frown. After 2 palm strikes, she pulled away from him. Qiu, it's me. Don't recognize me yet. Lin Xian quickly transmitted his voice. Shen Jingqiu was first happy when she heard that. It was Brother Lin. Then she was stunned, not recognizing him. What was going on? It seemed that Brother Lin had his own plans. Shen Jingqiu didn't say anything else. Lin Xian laughed. Hee, holy maiden of the spirit tribe. I'm afraid that you still don't know. I'm the one who tried to assassinate you. Once these words were spoken, it caused a huge commotion. The surrounding spectators were all stunned. What? The assassin? Damn it, was there really such a person? They had previously thought that assassinations didn't necessarily exist. Perhaps it was just an excuse. But now, it seemed that things weren't so simple. Yu Shijie frowned. Yu Qinya's expression was grim. Damn it. Why did the other party run out at this time? Didn't this group of assassins not want to be exposed? Young Master Yu, you've caused us a lot of trouble. You hid the information. That brat was very strong and caused us to suffer heavy losses. The 3 of us went to assassinate him. Now only I came back alive. How do you think we should settle this score? What? Was it really Yu Qinya who had sent people to assassinate him? Everyone went crazy. Yu Qinya's expression was extremely ugly. Yu Shijie, who was beside him, even shouted, "Nonsense! How could my brother know an assassin like you? Really? If he didn't know me, then why was he so shocked when I appeared? He even said that it was you. Did you really think that everyone in the world was an idiot?" Lin Xian sneered. He had thought that this Yu Shijie wasn't bad before. She was just a little cold. Now, it seemed that she wasn't a good person. Therefore, he wouldn't have any soft-heartedness. The surrounding people were also whispering. Indeed, if they didn't know each other before, they wouldn't believe it, even if they were beaten to death. From Yu Qinya's previous performance, they really did know each other. Yu Qinya said, coldly, "I don't know you. I don't know what you're talking about." "Is that so? It's useless. You killed my companion. Today, I'm here for revenge. Of course, if you're willing to increase the price by 5 times, I can consider sparing your life." "I don't know what you're talking about. Men, kill him for me." Yu Qinya shouted angrily. He wouldn't admit it. "Young master, let me help you." A few ninjas stood out from behind. Zhang Yunfei was among them. After they walked out, they sneered. "I don't know who you are, but you dare to slander young master Yu. Now kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt." Chapter 30:634. Including Zhang Yunfei, a total of 4 young masters walked out, their auras extremely terrifying. Lin Xian saw this scene and laughed out loud. "Zhang Yunfei, you guys really don't know what's good for you. Why do you still want to stand up for House Yu at this time? Is it just to get Yu Shijie's heart? But this heart, you have to be alive to enjoy it. Now kneel down and kowtow, beg me for mercy, and I can consider sparing your dog lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for attacking you." Lin Xian's voice was cold. These people kept making things difficult for him. Did they really think that he wouldn't dare to kill them? Zhang Yunfei and the others couldn't recognize Lin Xian at all, so they laughed coldly. "You're asking for death." With a roar, they attacked quickly. Every one of them was a genius, the 4 of them working together. Their powerful law made the sky fall and the earth crack. Everyone's scalps went numb. The 4 of them working together was really too strong. Even Shen Jingqiu might not be able to fight them. Could this middle-aged man in front of them really fight them? He would probably be killed in an instant. Looking at the 4 people coming at him, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they didn't know what was good for them, then don't blame him. He didn't dodge at all. When the 4 of them came in front of him, his hand shook and a bead shot out. That bead was dazzling, spinning in the air. Instantly, the entire space was completely frozen. Zhang Yunfei and the other 3 seemed to be nailed in the air. They couldn't move. "Damn it, what's going on? I can't move. Break for me." They gritted their teeth. But they really couldn't move at all. The surrounding people were also stunned. They also felt their bodies freeze, unable to move. What was that thing? Sacred weapon. That was the mind-settling bead. Heavens, he was from the 7th floor. What? That terrifying assassin organization, the 7th floor. Countless people exclaimed. The 7th floor, an extremely terrifying assassin organization. They had a powerful sacred weapon, the mind-settling bead. Although no one had seen it before, they knew the effects of the mind-settling bead. It sealed the space, directly freezing any powerful saints, allowing them to be slaughtered. At this moment, the scene was exactly the same as the rumors. If this was a mind fixation pearl, then this person must be an assassin. You don't know the difference between life and death. You don't even know my identity, and you want to force your way out. You bunch of cannon fodder. Do you really think Yu Shijie will put you in her eyes? Lin Xian sneered again and again. He raised his hand and swung his blade down. He directly came in front of a young master and cut him in half. Ah! A miserable voice sounded, making everyone's scalp go numb. That young master's broken body couldn't heal at all. His soul was also distorted in the air. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He stretched out his hand, and like a millstone of destruction, he shattered the other party's soul. A young master of a big family was killed, just like that. The others felt their scalps go numb. Zhang Yunfei's expression turned ugly. Young master Yu, save me. He asked Yu Qinya for help. However, Yu Qinya's expression was incomparably gloomy and cold. Not only did he not advance, he even retreated a few steps, completely widening the distance between them. Seeing the scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. As for Zhang Yunfei and the others, their hearts sank. Damn it, Yu Qinya, I've helped you so much, but you don't save me, he finally roared. Yu Qinya sneered. Brother Zhang, you can't blame me. That's a mind fixation pearl. Even if I go in, I'll be frozen. So I'm powerless. You can go in peace. Every year on the anniversary of your death, I'll burn more paper for you. These words made everyone's heart go cold. The young master of the Rain clan was truly despicable and shameless, vicious and merciless. He didn't even save his former companions. Yu Qinya, you animal, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Zhang Yunfei crazily roared. The other two young masters also roared and cursed. They finally realized how stupid they were. It turned out that the young master of the Rain clan that they had always wanted to curry favor with had never treated them as friends. He had only treated them as chess pieces. Now they were useless. The other party wouldn't even look at them. As expected, Yu Shiqia's gaze was looking into the distance. She turned her head and ignored them. Did you see that? The goddess in your heart doesn't care about your life and death. Lin Xian walked in front of them again. Damn it, I admit my mistake. I've misjudged you. Let me go, but I won't let them go. Zhang Yunfei and the others begged for mercy. Indeed, they wanted to fight Yu Qinya and the others to the death. However, Lin Xian shook his head. It's too late to regret now. Not everyone in this world can forgive your mistakes. I can't. So, today you will die without a doubt. But don't worry, one day, that Yu Qinya will also go to hell to accompany you. After saying that, Lin Xian raised his blade and beheaded Zhang Yunfei and the others. Zhang Yunfei and the others died. They died with incomparable despair. The others were completely stunned. This person was too vicious and merciless. However, when they thought that he was an assassin from the 7th floor, they couldn't help but drool. They were afraid that this was in line with his character. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. Suddenly, Yu Qinya's eyelids twitched violently. Yu Shiqia's face had also turned pale. The Rain clan's disciples beside her had all drawn their swords and sabers. They looked as if they were about to face something big. However, at this time, Yu Qinya said something in a low voice. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed past. A powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. A figure charged toward Shen Jingqiu with a strong momentum. What a terrifying aura! It was a small saint. The Rain clan actually brought a small saint here. Countless people screamed. Shen Jingqiu felt her hair stand on end. She shouted and activated her heaven and earth phenomenon to block the attack. Even though she was a peerless genius, the gap between her and a small saint was too big. In an instant, all the heaven and earth phenomena she created were shattered. An old man appeared in front of Shen Jingqiu and was about to capture Shen Jingqiu. Damn it! Lin Xian's expression also changed. He immediately threw out the mind fixation pearl and flew toward Shen Jingqiu. The mind fixation pearl floated above Shen Jingqiu's head and formed a strong resistance force, blocking the small saint. At the same time, he roared and rushed forward. Since the other party was despicable, then don't blame him for being ruthless. He turned into a stream of light and shot toward Yu Qinya. Humph, you dare to kill me? Yu Qinya sneered. Without the mind fixation pearl, he was not afraid of the other party. Therefore, he struck out with his palm. The sun, moon, and stars were on it. His palm was like a small universe, sweeping forward. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yu Qinya was indeed one of the 8 great geniuses. His strength was really too strong. Without the mind fixation pearl, Could this assassin from the 7th floor really be a match for the young master of the Rain Clan? Boom! Lin Xian made his move. All kinds of roars and thunder resounded. A terrifying light annihilated everything. He couldn't let others see what he was doing, so the light he released was extremely dazzling. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Then he used his powerful divine body to sweep the surroundings. Chapter 3635. He shattered the small world with a single punch and then arrived in front of Yu Qinya. Damn it, he was actually so strong. Yu Qinya was completely stunned. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he crazily roared, "Men, stop him!" The martial artists beside him felt their scalps go numb. But for their young master, they had to go crazy. Scram! Lin Xian shot out a beam of sword energy, using the great dragon sword soul to form a terrifying killing intent. Shocking killing intent swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In an instant, 7 or 8 Rain Clan martial artists were split in half by his sword. At this moment, Lin Xian was really too strong. No one could resist him. Stepping on these corpses, he once again attacked Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya's scalp went numb and his face turned pale. He never thought that his opponent would be so strong. He was unwilling to accept this. As one of the 8 geniuses, he wanted to fight back. However, Lin Xian was even more terrifying. His palm carried a monstrous law, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth as he directly grabbed Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya resisted, but his arms were broken and he screamed miserably. In the next moment, his neck was grabbed and an endless sword energy poured into his body. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura of death poured in. As long as he made the slightest movement, his meridians would be instantly severed and his vitality would be taken away. While Lin Xian was attacking Yu Qinya, on the other side, the Rain Clan's small saint was crazily attacking Xin Jingqiu. Although she had the mind-settling pearl, the small saint's power was too strong. The mind-settling pearl trembled and was quickly sent flying. Seeing that Xin Jingqiu was about to be in danger, Lin Xian roared, "If anyone dares to move, I'll kill Yu Qinya." His voice was like thunder. Everyone was stunned. The Rain Clan's small saint also straightened his body and stood there. He naturally sensed it with his soul, so he didn't act rashly. Xin Jingqiu used this opportunity to quickly retreat and increase the distance between them. "Damn it, let go of my brother!" Yu Shiqie crazily screamed. The Rain Clan's people felt their scalps go numb. Their young master was being held hostage? Wang. At this moment, the little saint made his move. His speed was so fast that he tore open the void and appeared behind Lin Xian. The law in his hand formed a long saber and slashed at Lin Xian, wanting to split him in half. However, Xian Xian had long been on guard. He used his spatial divine ability, Void Escape. Along the way, he brought Yu Qinya and disappeared. The void shattered, and he had already appeared in another world. Don't you want Yu Qinya's life anymore? At this point, Lin Xian grabbed Yu Qinya's neck with one hand, and his other hand grabbed Yu Qinya's arm and tore it off. Saintly blood sprayed out as Yu Qinya's severed arm was thrown to the ground. Yu Qinya let out a miserable shriek as his body was attacked by the sword qi and death qi. He could only scream in pain, unable to resist. "How dare you!" The Rain Clan's little saint roared madly. Yu Shiqie screamed as well. "You dare hurt my little brother!" They were all crazy. Lin Xian sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare?" He broke one of Yu Qinya's legs. Yu Qinya's face turned pale. At the same time, he roared madly. "Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? You're dead. My Rain Clan will never let you off. How dare you threaten me?" Lin Xian sneered. A flame appeared on his palm and enveloped Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya let out a miserable shriek as his body was ignited. The smell of barbecued meat instantly filled the air. This was no ordinary flame. Yu Qinya, one of the 8 great geniuses, couldn't withstand it. "Damn it! Stop!" he roared madly. The little saint in the distance wanted to attack again, But Lin Xian said, "As long as you move, I'll immediately kill you and destroy your soul." The Rain Clan's little saint didn't dare to move. He knew that his sneak attack was useless. His opponent's movement technique was very strange. It seemed to be related to space. He didn't dare to be careless. If his sneak attack failed and his opponent really killed Yu Qinya, then his responsibility would be great. Yu Qinya was the young master of the Rain Clan. Moreover, he was the most powerful genius of the Rain Clan's younger generation. He could be said to be the hope of the clan's future. If such a person died, it would be a great blow to the Rain Clan. Therefore, he didn't dare to take the risk. "Damn brat, what do you want? What conditions do you have? Just say it." The Rain Clan's little saint said coldly, "Very good, you're very smart." Lin Xian waved his hand and the flame disappeared. Yu Qinya's body was burnt black and he was on the verge of death. However, his eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Xian saw his eyes and directly gave him a slap, smashing half of his face. "If you dare to look at me with killing intent again, I'll make you wish you were dead." Yu Qinya was so angry that his body twitched. As the young master of the Rain Clan, when had he ever been tortured like this? However, he was really scared. The person in front of him was an assassin. If he really went crazy, he might kill him. Therefore, he could only lower his head, not daring to look at his opponent again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes emitted a cold light. He secretly transmitted his voice to Shin Jingqiu. It's too dangerous here. Leave first and wait for me at a safe place." Shan Jingqiu didn't hesitate. She had an inexplicable trust in Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian had the absolute advantage now. Therefore, she took the lead and left. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. The Rain Clan's little saint's face was gloomy. He wanted to stop Shin Jingqiu, but at this time Lin Xian sneered. "Don't even think about capturing her to threaten me. I have no relationship with the Spirit Clan's holy maiden. If you kill her, you'll only incur the wrath of the Spirit Clan. Therefore, I advise you not to act rashly." "Humph!" The Rain Clan's little saint snorted coldly. He didn't say anything, but he didn't move either. He said again, "What do you want?" "That's right. Damn it. Hurry up and let go of my brother. Otherwise, my Rain Clan won't let you off." Yu Shircha walked out. She was most anxious about her brother's safety. Therefore, she couldn't tolerate others threatening her brother. "What, you can't stand it? When your brother killed others, did you think about their feelings? Or is it that as the Rain Clan's young miss, you don't need to consider their feelings?" "That's right. Today, I'll let you experience it. It'll be a special experience for your life." Lin Xian stared at Yu Shircha, his eyes cold. He didn't have any good impression of this woman. Therefore, his lips curled into a smile. "Don't you want to save your brother? I'll give you a chance. As long as you do as I say, I won't kill you. What do you want me to do? Tell me. Cultivation methods, secret manuals, divine abilities, treasures. As long as you have a request, the Rain Clan will satisfy it." "Satisfy all of them?" Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. When Yu Shircha saw this smile, her heart beat wildly. Damn it, she felt uneasy. This guy wouldn't want to possess her, right? However, she knew that he wouldn't be so bold. Moreover, she wouldn't agree even if she died. Lin Xian said, "Since you've already said such words, then fine. I'll see how deep the love between you siblings is. You want to save him? Sure, take off the clothes you're wearing." Chapter 36:36. What? Yu Shircha was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. What kind of request was that? In the next moment, many people's eyes lit up. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Fuck, wasn't this guy too ruthless? For a moment, the crowd stopped moving. After Yu Shircha's initial surprise, she understood. Her expression became incomparably ugly. Damn guy, you actually dare to make such a request. Why? You don't dare, or are you unwilling? It seems that your relationship with your brother isn't that good either. Since that's the case, stop pretending. Let me send your brother on his way. Lin Xian sneered. He grabbed Yu Qianya's hand and exerted more force. Yu Qianya screamed in pain. Sister, save me. Yu Qianya screamed. Yu Shiqia's expression was cold. She took off the cloak she was wearing and threw it on the ground. Is this enough? Lin Xian laughed coldly. Who are you trying to fool? I said take it all off. Don't you understand me? Damn it, don't go too far. Yu Shiqia screamed. What kind of joke was that to take off all her clothes in public? This was even worse than killing her. Lin Xian sneered. I'm going too far. So what? When he thought of the various things the Rain Clan had done to him, Lin Xian could not help but release killing intent. He had saved Yu Shiqia out of kindness, but what did he get in return? He was chased down by the Rain Clan, and it was one after another. Did the Rain Clan think that they could suppress him just because they were a top family with many saints? Today he would take back some interest and let the Rain Clan know what pain was. When the surrounding people heard Lin Xian's words, they were terrified. He wanted the Rain Clan's princess to take off all her clothes in front of everyone. Digging up the heavens, this was really a very exciting thing. For a moment, many people's eyes lit up. They had to admit that Yu Shiqia was extremely beautiful and had a graceful figure. If they could really see her pure and flawless appearance, then their lives would be worth it. Thinking of this, their blood boiled. Feeling the burning gazes of the surrounding people, Yu Shiqia's face turned terrifyingly red. She felt her entire body burning. At this moment, the Rain Clan's small saint moved again. He could not help but prepare for an assassination. Lin Xian once again used his spatial ability to dodge. Then his face sank. You tried to assassinate me twice. Just you wait, I'll remember this. I'll make you pay for this later. He ignored the little saint and looked at Yu Shiqia again. What? Are you going to drag this out or not? Yu Shiqia was trembling with anger. She stood there motionless. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this scene. Young Master Qianya, your sister is about to give up on you. Since that's the case, go to hell. As he spoke, he exerted force in his palm, and all of Yusher's bones were broken. Yu Qianya was like a pile of mud. The pain caused him to scream crazily once again. The holy sound pierced Yu Shiqia's heart like a needle. Yu Shiqia wavered, but she still did not make a move. She could not bear such humiliation. Lin Xian didn't say anything. With a cold smile, he waved his other hand and grabbed Yu Qianya's soul. Then he gently lit a fire. As the soul burned, Yu Qianya's mournful cries were 100 times louder than before. If this soul were to be incinerated, Yu Qianya would be done for. Sister, save me. You must save me. Yu Qianya begged for mercy again. Yu Shiqia could not bear it anymore. She said, Stop. Lin Xian looked at her coldly. Yu Shiqia's hands trembled as she undid another piece of clothing and threw it on the ground. It wasn't enough. Lin Xian said coldly. Yu Shiqia made a move again. In the end, she stood there wearing only a tutu. At this moment, Yu Shiqia had closed her eyes. Looking at her beautiful body, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with the joy of revenge. Yu Shiqia, you asked for this. The people around them were so excited that they were about to go crazy. They were lucky enough to see the scene. Their lives were worth it. The sight of Yu Shiqia standing in front of them made their blood boil. Many of them swallowed their saliva. There were even people who had secretly recorded this beautiful scene using an array formation. It wouldn't be long before this scene would spread throughout the star realms. Let young Master Qianya go now, the little saint roared through gritted teeth. Lin Xian smiled. Let him go? I said I wouldn't kill him if Yu Shiqia agreed to my request. But when did I say I'd let him go? Yu Shiqia's eyes flew open and she spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, she fainted and fell to the ground. Sister, the Rain Clan's people screamed madly. The Rain Clan's little saint shot out a beam of light that enveloped Yu Shiqia. At the same time, he looked around. The little saint said, "If anyone dares to spread word of what happened today, I will destroy his soul and his entire clan." Their little princess was only wearing a didou, swaying in the wind. If word of this got out, the Rain clan would have no face left. So he could only threaten them. The surrounding people were so scared that their scalps went numb. However, they sneered inwardly. This threat was useless against them. That was because there were simply too many people around. It was simply impossible to conceal this news. "Brat, what do you want?" The Rain clan's little saint looked at Lin Xian again. "You'd better let the Rain clan's young master go. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. Now it's your turn." Lin Xian turned to look at the little saint. "You tried to assassinate me twice just now. Do you think I'll let you go? If you want your young master's life, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. You." The Rain clan's little saint was fuming. With his status, how could he kowtow to someone? What a joke. However, Lin Xian ignited Yu Chenya's soul, causing him to scream madly. "Damn it! Listen to him! Listen to him! As long as he can let me live." Yu Chenya was very afraid of death. Now he didn't care about anything else. Even if he was asked to kowtow, he would kowtow without hesitation. The Rain clan's little saint gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kneel down and kowtow 100 times. The void trembled as if it was struck by 100 lightning bolts. Terrifying cracks appeared in all directions. At the same time, he roared in his heart. He would remember this grudge. As long as his young master was saved, he would definitely capture the culprit and torture him for 1,000 years. No, 10,000 years. He wanted the culprit to live in fear forever. Very good. Then slap yourself 1,000 times. Lin Xian ordered again. Since he had kowtowed 100 times, the little saint simply let loose and slapped himself 1,000 times. His face was smashed a few hundred times. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Damn it! They had really opened their eyes in this lifetime. To be honest, some of them had lived for thousands of years, but they had never seen such an exciting scene. For a moment, they were using formations to record the scene. Chapter 36-37. He was a minor saint, a high and mighty existence. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly when they saw him. But now he was kowtowing and slapping his face. Is almost equal to what else do you want me to do? He gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian thought about it and decided to cripple his own cultivation. Asterisk puff. Asterisk the surrounding people spat out saliva. The minor saint was so angry that his lungs exploded and his body was smashed apart. His saint blood floated in the air. He finally couldn't take it anymore. Cripple his own cultivation? What kind of joke was this? Was he going to cripple him completely? What? You don't want to? You've attacked me twice. Then you can self-detonate twice. You want me, a minor saint, to self-detonate twice? But there was no other way. Yu Chenya's soul was getting weaker and weaker, and it could be burned away at any time. So, the minor saint could only self-detonate twice. After recovering, his face was extremely pale. This time he was also injured. Moreover, he was the one who crippled himself. All right, it's about time. Now, hand over all your storage rings and magical treasures. Lin Xian began the final harvest. The people of the Rain clan did as they were told. Even the minor saint of the Rain clan took out everything he had. Lin Xian even took Yu Chenya's storage rings and held them in his hand. He asked Heishan to scan them with his soul, erasing all the soul imprints on them. Heishan was the remnant soul of the great sage. Even the soul imprints of a minor saint could be easily erased. So, Lin Xian accepted them without worry. He wasn't worried that Heishan could find him through the soul imprints. All right, I'm leaving now. None of you are allowed to follow me. I'll bring you Chenya 10,000 miles away. When I'm 10,000 miles away, I'll let him go. If you dare to follow me, I'll kill you without mercy. Kid, I hope you'll keep your word. If you dare to kill young Master Chenya, there'll be no way for you to live. Lin Xian sneered at such a threat. He didn't plan to kill Yu Qinya this time because he still had a use for him. He wanted to take his revenge slowly. He wanted to torture and destroy the other party bit by bit, and then kill the other party. Lin Xian soared into the air and quickly left the projection of the 9 heavens. When he was 1,000,000 kilometers away, he released the other party. However, he secretly left a strand of sword chi in the other party's body. The Rain clan's little saint had been using his soul to spread out over millions of li. Therefore, when Yu Qinya was released, he immediately took action. When he was 1,000,000 miles away in the void, he struck out a law to protect Yu Qinya. At the same time, he quickly chased after him. Lin Xian used the void escape technique. In a flash, he appeared several million miles away. At the same time, he activated the sword chi he had left in the other party's body. With a loud boom, Yu Qinya's body exploded, and he let out a miserable shriek. The minor saint, who was still chasing after him, was scared out of his wits. Damn it, he no longer dared to chase after Lin Xian. He turned around to check on Yu Qinya's situation. They had sacrificed so much to save young Master Qinya. If young Master Qinya was killed at this time, then the humiliation they had suffered before would all be in vain. When he returned, he saw Yu Qinya being torn apart by a strand of sword chi. When he saw Yu Qinya on the verge of death, he roared crazily. Although he was heavily injured, he was not dead yet. He quickly used his law to protect Yu Qinya. At the same time, he roared at the sky. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you and tear you to pieces. And the 7th floor, from now on, my Rain clan will fight you to the death. The terrifying roar spread over millions of li, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The minor saint quickly brought Yu Qinya back to the projection of the 9 heavens. He wanted to threaten the onlookers, not to leak out what happened today. However, when he returned, more than half of the onlookers had already run away. The remaining people were also fleeing one after another. Moreover, Yu Qinya's situation was very serious. The sword chi just now had severely injured his body. Coupled with the fact that his soul had been ignited, he was incomparably weak. He needed to be treated immediately. He soared into the sky, bringing Yu Qinya, Yu Shirqia, and the people of the Rain clan away. The news still spread. Furthermore, it was spread at the first possible moment. In an instant, the entire Fian planet knew about it. Have you heard? Yu Shirqia dragged herself in front of everyone. The Rain clan's minor saint kowtowed, slapped himself in the face, and even self-detonated twice. Damn, when did this happen? Just a moment ago, under the projection of the 9 heavens. It's impossible, right? How could the Rain clan be bullied to such an extent? And who is Yu Shirqia? Damn, if you don't believe me, I'll record it with a formation. What? Record it? Let me see. Is Yu Shirqia white or not? Do you want to see? Come and pay me 50,000 divine crystals. I'll show you. In an instant, such things happened everywhere. Some people paid the divine crystals, and after seeing it, they immediately gasped. No, I can't take it anymore. My blood is boiling. As expected of a peerless beauty, her figure is so good. Who is it that is so heaven-defying? Damn, this guy is a kindred spirit. It's just that he's missing the last doo-doo. If he can take it off, it'll be perfect. It wasn't just the flying swallow planet. These array formation illusions quickly spread to other worlds. In some remote worlds, they even started to bid directly through auctions. The entire second astral realm was in an uproar. After the Rain clan received the news, they went mad with anger. They frantically sent out experts, sweeping in all directions. Anyone who spread this kind of formation would be killed without hesitation. However, no matter how strong the Rain clan was, they couldn't control so many worlds. Moreover, these people had seen it countless times. They didn't know how many formations they used to duplicate it, so it couldn't be removed. After Yu Shirqia received the news, she vomited 3 liters of blood and fainted again. Master, You must capture that middle-aged man and attack the seventh floor at the same time. Yu Shirchia was on the verge of collapse. She was on the verge of despair. Yu Qinya was seriously injured, and the clan was trying their best to save him. After all, the Saint Realm examination was imminent. They had to let Yu Qinya fully recover in a short time. The price for this was extremely high. On the other side, they sent out Saint experts to attack the seventh floor. In an instant, after the seventh floor was attacked from all directions, it started to retaliate crazily. Both sides were fighting with real fire. As for the reason, no one could say for sure. How could they know that this was all a trap set up by Lin Xian? At this moment, Lin Xian had already returned to Luohua Valley to accompany Xin Jingqiu. After Xin Jingqiu returned, she waited nervously. However, before Lin Xian arrived, she received a piece of news. The Rain clan was beaten to the ground. Chapter 30, 638. The young master of the Rain clan was kidnapped and almost crippled. The fairy of the Rain clan undressed on the spot, causing countless wolves to howl. The saints of the Rain clan even kowtowed and slapped their faces. Shen Jingqiu's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. What the hell? Even Shen Jingqiu spent divine crystals to buy the formation and brought it back to view. Of course, when Lin Xian returned, Shen Jingqiu looked at it enthusiastically. Lin Xian smiled. What is this little girl looking at? Why is she so happy? Shen Jingqiu cheered. Brother Lin, you're back. Qiu is looking at your masterpiece. Lin Xian glanced at it and was speechless. Damn, these guys really recorded it. Not only that, Shen Jingqiu laughed. The whole world already knows about it. I reckon that in a few days, the whole Heaven Punisher world will know about it. This time, let's see what the Rain clan will do. Are they still arrogant? Lin Xian coldly snorted. They brought this upon themselves. They repaid kindness with enmity and even wanted to kill me. I didn't kill them. I've already shown them mercy. He glanced at the formation again and nodded slightly. This Yu Shirchia's figure was not bad, but unfortunately her character was not good. Humph, Xin Jingqiu said as she turned off the array and lifted her head. Is my figure better or is it mine? Well, I'll take a closer look. Lin Xian carried Xin Jingqiu and walked towards the depths of the valley. The two of them flirted. In the following days, Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu were very leisurely. They were already making the final preparations. The battle between the Rain clan and the Seventh Tower had also ended. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Although the Rain clan was powerful, the deficient Earth Tower had so many Saint Slayers, giving them a headache. In the end, both sides could only stop fighting. The Rain clan's faces were gloomy. They gritted their teeth. This time, they had suffered a great loss. The two geniuses of the clan, Yu Shirchia, had not recovered completely because of the previous incident. She probably did not have the chance to participate in the Saint City's examination and had to rest. On the other side, Yu Qinya had recovered. His clan had paid a great price for Yu Qinya to recover completely. His cultivation had even reached a new level. This time, Yu Qinya had reached the beginning of the 4th level Saint Realm. Of course, this kind of price was huge. Yu Qinya recovered, and his face. He quickly understood the situation and found out that the 7th floor was heavily damaged. However, the middle-aged man was still nowhere to be found. Thinking of the previous incident, he was so angry that his body was trembling. He could not bear it, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Go and find him. Even if it takes 100 years or 1,000 years, you have to find him." Only, this matter was handed over to his clan, and he returned to Fian Star. The examination of Wushuang City had finally arrived. The people of Fian Star had gradually calmed down after watching Yu Shirchia's phantom, but soon they became excited again, because the 9th heaven was about to open. The examination of Wushuang City was about to begin. Once these people could join, they would have a meteoric rise. At that time, they would not be afraid of the Rain clan. The disciples of the Saint City were the top geniuses. Boom! On this day, thunder rumbled and heaven and earth rumbled. The ninth heaven was completely opened, and a terrifying sound came from the outer realm. The entire Fian star was in an uproar. One figure after another rose into the sky and flew towards the outer region. Those who were waiting in the outer region also started to head towards the ninth heaven. Today's ninth heaven was exceptionally dreamy. Multicolored light surrounded it, and it was incomparably holy. At the same time, an even more terrifying aura was emitted. In addition to those who participated in the examination, there were many powerful figures. Among them, there were some old men, living fossils, and some small saints. They were the representatives of various clans. They wanted to watch and see if their disciples could succeed. A huge flying sword descended from the ninth heaven. There were few figures standing on the flying sword. They wore white clothes embroidered with golden threads and auspicious clouds. These were the people of Wushuang City, and they were the special envoys of Wushuang City. One of them was an old man. He had the aura of an immortal. He came down and said loudly. Without further ado, he first explained the rules of the examination. As long as they were not disciples of the Saint City, regardless of their family background or age, they could participate in the examination. The first examination was the ninth heaven. Stepping into the ninth heaven meant passing the examination. Those who were strong could do as much as possible. This would be beneficial to their future results. The third generation of disciples recruited this time were divided into ordinary disciples and core disciples. Among them, the personal disciples of the Saint King would be selected from the core disciples. If one could become the eldest disciple of the third generation, there would be additional rewards. Now the examination began. The old man's voice was extremely loud and clear, and it spread throughout the universe. Hearing this, many experts were excited. Those who could participate this time were all saints. Even the saints of the first heaven were not qualified. This was because they probably could not even reach the first heaven. Among them, there were 8 figures standing in 8 different directions. Each of them had outstanding talents. They were the 8 great prodigies. However, the 8 great prodigies attracted the attention of countless experts. Look, that person is dealing. They saw a man in a yellow robe with his hands behind his back. He stood in the void and stepped on heaven and earth with a disdainful expression. It was as if he did not put the world in his eyes. He was dealing, the first of the 8 great prodigies. The other person was in a black robe. His face was pale and his body was full of ghostly aura. He was Gueli. He was a very famous genius expert on the Fiend planet. There was another person who was as tall as a giant. He was Shirbufan. The other stalwart man had stars in his eyes. He was Shirshui Tianqin. There was a beautiful woman beside him. She wore a blue dress and was extremely beautiful. She was Wang Xiaofeng of the Icely clan. There was also a woman who was as beautiful as a flower. She was very cute and had a pair of big eyes. She was Shen Jingqiu from the Spirit Tribe. Beside Shen Jingqiu was a handsome young man in a red robe. Countless people were surprised because this person was not one of the 8 great prodigies. The fact that he could follow beside Shen Jingqiu attracted countless attention. Many people whispered, could this be the rumored husband of Shen Jingqiu? His cultivation was really only at the 2nd heavenly layer. It was likely that he could not even reach the first heaven of the 9 heavens. Lin Xian paid no attention to these discussions. Soon, these people would know that his strength could not be measured by his cultivation level. In another direction, there was another person standing. This person was also very handsome, but his face was extremely gloomy and filled with monstrous, killing intent. When many people saw this young man, their expressions were very strange. They wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to. This person was Yu Qinya. At this moment, his killing intent was awe-inspiring like a killing god. His powerful eyes looked in all directions. No one dared to look in his direction. Thank you for your monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Rewards. Please recommend monthly vote subscribe, collect, and reward. Please support. Chapter 30, 639. Everyone felt this aura and was shocked. Damn it, this Yuchinya's strength had increased. No way he could still break through and rebuild. It was really surprising. Everyone went crazy. They thought that after the previous incident, they would not be able to recover. For example, Yu Shiqie did not come. But not only did Yu Qinya come, but he was also full of killing intent, and his strength had increased greatly. It was really unexpected. Finally, one of the 8 geniuses was called Yang Hao. His body was covered in flames, and there was an illusion of a sun behind him. It carried him. He was like a sun god, extremely dazzling. Other than the 8 geniuses, there were also some strong cultivators with terrifying auras. It seemed that they were not inferior to the 8 geniuses. Among these people, there were even some with deep faces. It seemed that they were geniuses from other places. These people might not be famous now, but after today, they would definitely be famous. Lin Xian's gaze swept across these people, and he nodded slightly. One had to say that these 8 geniuses were indeed extraordinary. Their vitality was like a dragon, and the laws on their bodies were even more terrifying. Each one of them was an earth-shattering figure. The 8 geniuses did not care about Lin Xian's gaze. There were too many people looking at them. Lin Xian's gaze didn't attract any attention at all. Of course, 2 of them still turned their heads away. One of them was Shi Sui Tianqin. Stars flickered in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian. He revealed a look of confusion, but he quickly retracted his gaze. The other person was Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya also turned his head and saw Lin Xian. At first, he was stunned. Then a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to come to participate in the Holy City's examination. You really don't know what's good for you. Kid, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Yu Qinya's killing intent was very cold, causing the surrounding geniuses to go into an uproar. Heavens, who was Yu Qinya talking to? They all looked over. The next moment, they looked at Shen Jingqiu. No way, Yu Qinya actually had a conflict with the spirit race's saintess. However, they were soon stunned. That was because the person who responded was not Shen Jingqiu. Instead, it was the man beside her. Lin Xian also sneered. "Why can't I come? However, I am very curious as to why you dared to come. Weren't you threatened by someone not long ago? Weren't you beaten up on the ground? Your reputation has long since gone down the drain. Logically speaking, you should be obediently holed up at home. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned and dare to come out. I really admire your courage. If we're talking about shamelessness, I think you're qualified to be one of the top geniuses." A faint mocking voice rang out. The surrounding people went crazy. Did this guy not want to live anymore? How dare he provoke Yu Qinya? Moreover, the other party was obviously rubbing salt in his wound. Who didn't know that Yu Qinya had suffered a huge blow a few days ago? He had indeed become a laughingstock. However, that was only in private. Who would dare to laugh at Yu Qinya in front of him? The other party was a 4th-layer saint. How powerful was his strength? However, they discovered that there was actually someone who didn't know what was good for him. "You're courting death." Yu Qinya was furious. He took a step forward, and his killing intent swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was so terrifying. Many people were sent flying, and their faces were filled with fear. When a genius was angry, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. "Oh, you want to attack me?" Lin Xian glanced at the other party. He had actually advanced a level and became a 4th-layer saint. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant here. However, I advise you to retract your killing intent. Otherwise, you may be pressed to the ground and beaten again. Crazy, crazy. This kid was completely crazy. They could sense that Lin Xian was only a 2nd heaven sage. Yet he dared to challenge a 4th heaven sage. Wasn't he courting death? Sure enough, Yu Qinya's killing intent was awe-inspiring. He raised his hand, and a terrifying law filled the air. It seemed that he was about to attack. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. It was like thunder, and a large crack appeared in the void. The law on Yu Chenya's body instantly disappeared. Who dared to stop him? He looked over angrily, and in the next moment he was stunned. Everyone else was stunned too. It turned out that it was the elder from Peerless City. Soon, everyone's scalp went numb. This was the special envoy of Peerless City. Yu Chenya also stopped and did not attack. The elder said, "If the two of you want to fight, you can leave this place. If you want to participate in Peerless City's assessment, you have to abide by the rules." "Senior, you're right. I don't want to fight, but some people are too overbearing." Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. He still had a good impression of Peerless City. Yes, the old man also nodded slightly. On the other side, Yu Chenya snorted and did not attack again. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. "Kid, I'll let you know what despair is later. I'll show you my strength." Although he could not attack now, Yu Chenya had already decided that he would completely crush the other party during the assessment. He would make the other party feel despair. Then, when he succeeded in joining Peerless City, he would kill the other party. He had wanted to kill Lin Xian before. Not long ago, he was beaten up and threatened because he could not find the culprit. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Now that he met Lin Xian, he naturally wanted to vent it all. The others seemed to know this as well, so they looked over. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. This kid was too unlucky. Yes, everyone knew that Yu Chenya was angry and needed someone to vent his anger. Everyone was avoiding him. However, this kid did not know what was good for him. They were afraid that Yu Chenya would vent all his anger on him. Everyone was not optimistic about Lin Xian. However, they did not know that the person who beat up Yu Chenya and threatened him was Lin Xian. Even Yu Chenya himself didn't know. If he knew, he would probably be angered to death. The other Sky Prides also looked at Lin Xian. They did not know where this guy got his confidence from. Was it because he had Shin Jingqiu's backing? In an instant, many people thought that Lin Xian was a gigolo, a guy who lived off a woman. All right, let's begin. In the sky, the elder of Peerless City gave the order. All the contestants were ready to move. Di Ling took the lead. His body swayed, and he rushed directly to the ninth heaven. Behind him were Ghost, Li, Shibufan, and the rest of the 8 geniuses. Further behind them were the various experts and saints. They were like a torrential flood as they charged upwards. Let's go too. Lin Xian and Shin Jingqiu also rose into the sky and flew up. They first entered the projection of the ninth heaven. The pressure was also very strong. Ordinary saints could not withstand it. However, Lin Xian and Gui Li had been here a few times. They were already used to the pressure, so their speed was very fast. Like lightning, they cut through the crowd and flew up quickly. During this time, many experts and saints who were participating in the competition saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Damn, who was so fast? Damn it, it was that gigolo. Chapter 3640. What? It's him. He's a level 2 sage, and his cultivation is lower than mine? How can he be so fast? Shin Jingqiu is with him. It must be Shin Jingqiu who brought him to fly. Everyone thought that it was Shin Jingqiu's credit for Lin Xian's speed, and they were indignant. Lin Xian did not care about such discussions, because these people would soon know his true strength. The two of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to reach the real 9 heavens. The pressure here was very high, so there were only a few dozen people around. Most of them were still fighting in the projection of the 9 heavens. When they arrived, a few dozen people turned their heads to look at them. It was Shin Jingqiu. Many people exclaimed. They were still wondering why they did not see Shin Jingqiu, but they did not expect her to be behind them. When they saw that there was someone beside Shin Jingqiu, they were stunned. In the next moment, their expressions became disdainful. So it's this gigolo. Maybe Shin Jingqiu came later because she wanted to take care of this gigolo. You trash! How could you come here without relying on women? Yu Qinya was the first to speak, his eyes filled with disdain. The others also had ridicule in their eyes. Shin Jingqiu's face turned cold. She wanted to act, but was stopped by Lin Xian, who shook his head slightly. He did not let Shin Jingqiu say anything, but he said it himself. Do you know what it means to court death? If you provoke me now, you will die a horrible death later. This kid is crazy. Even now, he still dares to provoke Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya sneered. He did not make a move himself, but looked around. Everyone, no matter what, we are the most powerful sages, and we are all people who have hopes of entering Wushuang City. But now there's an ant among us. Don't you all feel uncomfortable? Why don't we work together and get rid of this trash first? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their eyes filled with coldness. Indeed, to be honest, although they were not allowed to fight, their combined might of saints was not something that the other party could withstand. I agreed. A few saints nodded with cold smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they wanted to attack as well. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Yu Qinya, you're still trash after all. You want to join forces with the others to get rid of me, a second heaven sage. So you can't get rid of me yourself? Someone like you is worthy of being called one of the 8 heavens' favorites? I really feel ashamed for the other 7. You're courting death. Yu Qinya was enraged. His holy aura surged towards Lin Xian. The sage's aura caused many people's expressions to change. Some of the sages who had just arrived were even sent flying. Outside the 9th heaven, countless people were watching. Their eyes were shining. Those people were really strong. They had arrived below the 9 heavens so quickly. Soon, they would step into the real 9 heavens. That was for sure. As for the others, it would be good if even 1% of them could enter. That pretty boy also went. He must have come with Shen Jingqiu's help. Look, Yu Qinya is attacking that guy. What? Didn't they say that fighting was prohibited? He was using his holy aura. He wanted to use his holy aura and the surrounding pressure to make that kid scram. Haha, that's great. I told you, that kid is just an ant. He definitely won't be allowed to enter the 9 heavens. The surrounding onlookers started to discuss when they saw the scene. Lin Xian was indeed attacked by the sage's aura. However, he did not care. He stood there with his hands behind his back. No matter how much Ren Ping attacked, he still had a smile on his face. You want to chase me away with this little bit of holy aura? Looks like you really need to join forces. If you can join forces with the 8 heavens' favorites and exert pressure on me, it might work a little. Lin Xian smiled. The surrounding people went crazy. How was it possible? Nothing happened to Ren Ping. It was unbelievable. One had to know that there was a difference of 2 realms between them. Even if he could not kill Ren Ping with his aura, it would be easy to make him scram. However, he did not succeed. Could it be that Shen Jingqiu made a move? However, they did not find Shin Jingqiu making a move. Yu Qinya's face turned ugly when he saw that he did not succeed. Damn it. What kind of treasure did this kid have to be able to block his aura? Or was it the spirit Racist Saintess? His face was cold. However, he was determined not to let Lin Xian reach the 9 heavens. Hence, he looked around again. Are you really going to let a 2nd heaven ant jump in front of us? He has no right to stand with us. Yes, I think it's necessary to get rid of the trash. A few figures walked out with cold smiles on their faces. However, one of the 8 heavens' favorites, Ghostly, snorted. Join forces with you? Not interested. Maybe this kid is right. Yu Qinya, you're too useless. You can't even deal with a 2nd heaven cultivator. You don't deserve to be one of the 8 heavens' favorites. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. Yu Qinya's face turned ugly. Damn it, someone dared to refute him. And it was Ghostly. Ghostly was from the Demon Star. He once wanted to capture his sister. Hence, both sides were enemies. It was normal that Ghostly did not listen to him. He snorted coldly with a gloomy expression, and then looked at the others. I'm not interested. Sherbufan retracted his gaze and looked at Di Ling and the 9 heavens. I'm not interested either. Shi Sui Tian Chen also shook his head. Wang Xiaofeng was on Shi Sui Tian Chen's side. Hence, she also turned around and ignored him. Among the 8 heavens favorites, 4 of them ignored him. Xin Jingqiu stood beside Lin Xian. Hence, there were only 3 people left. Yu Qianye was completely against it. Hence, only the 1st-ranked Diling and the 8th-ranked Yan Hao were left. Yan Hao shrugged. To be honest, it didn't matter if Lin Xian went up or not, because Lin Xian was not a threat to him. His target was the other members of the 8 great prodigies. Hence, only Diling was left. If Diling did not support him, then Yu Qianye's face would be completely lost. The atmosphere became awkward. Lin Xian chuckled as well. Seems like your character isn't all that great. Didn't you see how much the 8 geniuses despise you? That's why I'm advising you to go home and be a coward. Damn it, I'm so angry. Yu Qianye was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His teeth were about to shatter. His body was trembling, and his killing intent was monstrous. At this time, Diling spoke. Qianye is right. I also think that ants have no right to stand with us. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. Diling actually stood on Yu Qianye's side. This was out of everyone's expectations. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. Yu Qianye's eyes were filled with joy. Diling actually helped him. This was great. With Diling's help. So what if the others did not agree? Kid, looks like your luck is really bad. Today you will die. Chapter 36:41. Idiot. Lin Xian sneered. Why would Diling help you? Do you really think your character is good? Isn't it all because of your sister? Don't forget, your Rain clan's bloodline used your sister as a cultivation vessel. Your cultivation realm should rise very quickly. He hit the nail on the head. Everyone suddenly understood. So Diling had this idea. Indeed, the Rain clan's bloodline was very helpful for cultivation, especially Yu Shiqie, who was the Rain clan's genius. If someone could dual cultivate with her, then their cultivation would rise very quickly. Diling had obviously taken a fancy to this point. Although the news of Yu Shiqie being stripped down to her undergarment had spread throughout the universe, so what? Compared to great strength, Diling didn't care about this at all. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Diling's face sank. He looked at Lin Xian, a trace of coldness in his eyes. In truth, Lin Xian's guess was exactly what he had planned in his heart. Yu Shiqie was incomparably arrogant. Her bloodline was abnormal, and she probably had many suitors before. Even if he went to pursue her, he might not have been able to succeed. After all, the Rain clan's ambitions were great. Perhaps they wanted to marry a disciple of the Holy City. But now the situation had changed. Peerless City's examination would begin now. He would become a disciple of the Holy City without any accidents. Second, Yu Shiqie's reputation had taken a great hit. Not everyone would be willing to accept it. At worst, after he accepted her, he would treat her as a concubine or a cultivation vessel. This way, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. When he finished using her, he would just throw her away. Originally, all of this was done in secret. Even if others knew, they wouldn't say it. But Lin Xian actually said it out loud in front of everyone. This made him lose all face. Thinking of this, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Reckless idiot, it seems you really don't need to live in this world. On Yu Qianye's side, his face was also gloomy. To be honest, he didn't resist Diling having designs on his sister. Diling's talent was very strong. As one of the 8 geniuses, he was completely worthy of his sister. And if the 2 sides could form a marriage alliance, their Yu clan's strength would greatly increase. More importantly, this brat had angered Diling. He really didn't know what was good for him. Xin Jingqiu also had a trace of worry. If she faced Yu Qianye alone, she wouldn't be afraid. But against Diling, she didn't have much confidence. This person was terrifying, and he had many trump cards. Therefore, she said, "Be careful, Brother Lin. This guy is very strong." "Don't worry, I'm confident." Lin Xian smiled. Di Ling had his trump card. Of. The next moment he directly met Di Ling's gaze and said, "You've been standing here for so long. What? Do you have the confidence to reach the ninth heaven?" "Let me." Ling. Of. Was he provoking Zero? No one dared to believe their eyes. They didn't think that the other party would first provoke Yu Qinya, and now provoke the Imperial Mausoleum. Was he tired of living? "How dare you speak to me like that?" Di Ling's voice was cold. "No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Is that so?" Lin Xian took 2 more steps forward. He was closer to Di Ling and, at the same time, closer to the 9 levels of heaven. His eyes shone with a strange light. "No one has ever dared to talk to you like that? What a joke. Didn't your elders teach you a lesson? Even if they weren't from the older generation. No one in the same generation said that to you? I remember that during the Battle of Tongtian Tower, there was someone who took the Qilin horn in front of you. You didn't even dare to fart at that time. The crowd was in an uproar. They really didn't know that. Although the Battle of Tongtian Tower was a big deal, it only happened in one world. No one else went. In the end, they only knew that the Qilin horn was taken by a mysterious expert, but they didn't know who it was. At the same time, they didn't think that there was such a thing." Di Ling's face darkened. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This matter was the biggest humiliation of his life. But luckily, this matter didn't spread widely. Not many people knew about it. But now the other party actually knew about it, and even said it out loud. There were so few geniuses here. Once the news was said, it would immediately spread throughout the world. Nonsense. Di Ling was one of the 8 geniuses. Who would dare to threaten him? Yu Qinya snorted. "Kid, don't spread rumors." "I spread rumors? I can only say that you're an idiot." Look at his expression. Does it look like he's spreading rumors? Yu Qinya looked at Di Ling. Di Ling's face was terrifyingly dark. The murderous intent in his eyes was even more terrifying than his own. This made his heart skip a beat. "It's over. It seems that such a thing really happened. I didn't think that you would know about this." Di Ling's voice was cold. "Humph. At that time, it was a senior from Wushuang City who wanted the Qilin horn. I naturally gave it to him." "What? In the end, the Qilin horn was taken by someone from Wushuang City?" The crowd was in an uproar. If that was the case, then the matter could be explained. If Di Ling wanted to participate in Wushuang City's test, she would have to curry favor with Wushuang City. So maybe Ling didn't fight for the Qilin horn at that time. So that was the case. They heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. How could Di Ling be beaten to the point that he didn't even dare to fart? Lin Xian laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke. Di Ling's face was ashen. He roared crazily. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you. You're really disappointing. I didn't think that the first place of the 8 geniuses would be trash like you. You're courting death." Di Ling walked out with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. "Did I say something wrong? You let me out. Are you sure? You can lie to others, but can you lie to yourself? You keep calling the people from Wushuang City your senior. Do you really think you can successfully enter Wushuang City? At the end of the day, you did back off because you met someone stronger than you. When you meet a strong person, you either fight to the death and die honorably or you retreat. There's nothing shameful about it. After all, you only have one life. But you obviously retreated. Yet you still put gold on your face. I look down on you because of this." Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of light, and a wave of arrogance appeared on his body. This arrogance was something that no one else had. "Previously, I was on the same level as you on a certain ranking list. At that time, I also treated you as a top genius. I even treated you as an opponent. But now I see you." Lin Xian shook his head. "I really feel that my previous understanding is laughable. You're not worthy to be my opponent." Chapter 3642. Lin Xian's voice clearly spread in all directions. At this moment, everyone heard it and went crazy. What did he say? Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. Tsang, who dared to go against Ling? Even the top 8 geniuses did not dare to. But now, a second heaven sage dared to say that Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. Such arrogant words. What was he if not an idiot? Sure enough, Ling laughed. Yu Qinya also laughed. The surrounding experts also had a disdainful sneer. It seemed that the opponent was indeed an ant. He did not know how strong Ling was. Shi Bufan, Ji Shui Sky City, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others were puzzled. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Was it just because of Shen Jingqiu's thigh? But even Shen Jingqiu herself did not dare to go against Ling. Especially Ji Shui Sky City. He cultivated eye techniques. His observation was very sharp. Although he felt that Lin Xian's face was unfamiliar, his temperament made him feel incomparably familiar. He had definitely seen him before, and it was very deep, but who was he? Everyone was disdainful, but Shen Jingqiu's eyes were shining. This was her brother Lin, the hero in her heart. Even in the face of Ling, he did not shrink back. Moreover, she believed that brother Lin would be the ultimate champion. Only Lin Xian was qualified to be the eldest disciple. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He was not affected by the surrounding people. He said indifferently, "You can laugh at me, but this only means that you are short-sighted. Soon you will know that Ling is indeed not qualified to be my opponent." After he finished saying those words, he ignored those people and walked forward with large strides. Everyone went crazy. Does this kid want to be the first to reach the 9th heaven? Courting death. Ling also had some followers. When they saw this scene, their faces turned cold and they wanted to scold him. However, Ling stopped them and smiled coldly. It didn't matter, he would let one of them go. I want to see how a second heaven ant can reach the 9th heaven. If he can't even reach the 1st heaven, I really want to know, how will he face the words he said before? Yu Qinya laughed coldly as well. That's right, he wanted to humiliate Qin Wentian in front of everyone. He wanted to let everyone in the world know that Qin Wentian was just a braggart trash. His strength was simply not enough. The spectators below were also stunned. Heavens, what was going on? The first person to reach the 9th layer of heaven was not Ling, but a 2nd layer saint. It was that gigolo. Everyone was going crazy. Could this guy ascend to the 9 heavens? It was very difficult. The pressure of the 9 heavens was extremely great. Even the 1st level of heaven was not something that anyone could ascend. Those below the 3rd level of heaven had no hope at all. That brat was only a 2nd heaven sage, and he was only in the early stage. He would probably be crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. Under countless gazes, Lin Xian finally took a step forward and stepped into the 1st layer of heaven. Instantly, the 1st layer of heaven began to tremble. An endless amount of pressure pressed down on them. It was as though an entire world was pressing down on them. That berserk power had increased exponentially. It was simply too berserk. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light bloomed from his body and suppressed the huge pressure. In the next moment, his other foot also stepped up. He stood on the 1st heaven of the 9 heavens, then turned around and looked down. Like a god, he looked down at the people below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a long time, Lin Xian was still standing there with his hands behind his back. He was not injured at all, not to mention that his body was cracked. How was that possible? The others were going crazy. They could not believe it. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? He actually ascended to the 9th layer of heaven. Damn it, it was too strange. The crowd was in an uproar, because this was completely different from what they had guessed before. They had guessed that when Qin Wentian stepped onto the 9th layer of heaven, he would turn into a bloody mist. But now, Qin Wentian was standing there perfectly fine. This was a slap to everyone's face. Could it be that the pressure of the 9th layer of heaven was not as terrifying as they had imagined? That was possible. After all, the 1st layer of heaven might not be that strong. Moreover, that kid was a body refinement martial artist. That was why he could ascend to the first layer of heaven. However, some people shook their heads. It was impossible. This was not an ordinary assessment. This was the assessment of Wushuang City. They were recruiting disciples. How could they allow an ordinary person to ascend? One had to know that if he ascended to the first layer of heaven, he would be qualified to participate in the next level. Wushuang City would never do such a thing. This made sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Could it be that the other party was wearing a battle armor? Moreover, it was a sage-tier battle armor. That was why it was able to withstand such a terrifying pressure. Yes, that must be it. Everyone's eyes lit up. Damn it, this kid actually had a sacred weapon. Moreover, it was a defensive sacred weapon. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Many people's eyes turned red. If they had such a sacred weapon, they could also successfully become a disciple of Wushuang City. What was this kid's identity? He actually had a sacred weapon in his hand. Countless envious voices rang out again. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. However, at the next moment, the voice of the Wushuang City's messenger rang out. The 9th layer of heaven is very strange. You can't use any weapons to help you when you step onto the 9th layer of heaven. You can only rely on your own strength, talent, and bloodline. What? You can't use sacred weapons after stepping onto the 9th layer of heaven? Everyone was in an uproar. Then, the second possibility was not valid. Then what was going on? They had just thought of a reasonable explanation, but it was immediately rejected. Could it be that it was the first possibility? Only the first layer of heaven was not that dangerous. Let me try. The eyes of a third heaven saint above were bloodshot. He rushed up in an instant. At the next moment, he stepped onto the 9th layer of heaven. Everyone's heart was also nervous. If he could also ascend, then there was hope for the others. Everyone was extremely excited. However, at the next moment, they were dumbfounded. That third layer saint instantly screamed and exploded, turning into a mist of blood. What? He actually failed? How was that possible? That person was an early-stage third-layer saint. He couldn't even last a second. Everyone's heart turned cold. They knew that the 9th layer of heaven was not a place that anyone could ascend. It was estimated that ordinary third-layer saints would not be able to ascend. However, what was going on? How did that second layer saint get up there? He couldn't rely on sacred weapons. Could it be that he relied on himself? Thank you for your support, recommendations, monthly votes, and rewards. Chapter 3643. Everyone was shocked at the thought of this possibility. Was this still the ant that they despised? I think we've all misjudged him. An elder said, "This kid is obviously one of them. He's really strong. Even without Shin Jingqiu's help, he could still stand at the first layer of heaven." This showed that he was a genius. At least, most people had to look up to him. Too cool. This kid can actually fight above his level. This is really too cool. Some people were excited. Their strength was not high. They were all saints at the first or second layer of heaven. They had no hope of participating in the holy city's assessment. But now, there was someone with the same cultivation as them who could step into the 9th layer of heaven. This made them excited. "Gigolo, I support you." "Freeloader bro, we support you." Voices rang out one after another. Everyone's mouth twitched, but they were speechless. Indeed, other than those two titles, they really did not know who he was. Where did this genius come from? Up above, the 8 geniuses were also stunned, and so were the other experts. This kid really went up and succeeded. This was a slap in everyone's face. Some people's faces darkened. Among them, Di Ling and Yu Chenya's faces were scarily dark. Shin Jingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Great. She knew that Brother Lin would be fine. Interesting. In Stillwater Sky City, Sherbu Fan and the others narrowed their eyes. Ghostly also smiled. Looks like it's time for us to act. The others took a deep breath. Their eyes shone with a cold light. Indeed, it was time for them to act. Di Ling took the lead and walked out. He sneered. So what if he can step into the first layer of heaven? He can't be compared to me. He let out a long roar. His body shone brightly as he rushed into the sky. In an instant, he entered the first layer of heaven. But he did not stop. He continued to go up. The second layer of heaven, the third layer of heaven. Then he landed. He crossed the third layer of heaven in one step. Everyone went crazy. What kind of pressure was this? The elders screamed, "He's too strong. Is this the strength of the 8 geniuses? It's really terrifying." Even the surrounding strong cultivators were astonished. This imperial mausoleum was indeed terrifying. "Haha, I'm going too." Ghostly sneered. His body and mind flickered, and he also crossed the 3 heavens in one step to search for the imperial mausoleum. At this moment, Ling had already disappeared from the 3rd layer of heaven. He was probably charging towards a higher level. Shi Bufan let out a roar and chased after Qin Nan. On the other side, Shui Tianchen, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others made their moves too. Yu Qinya had also arrived at the 1st layer of heavens. He gazed at Lin Xian with a smile on his face. "Brat, you've exceeded my expectations, but that's all. You can only stay in the 1st heaven for the rest of your life. But I'm different. Don't worry, you can still live now. After I become a disciple of Peerlessity, I will kill you." As he spoke, he also rushed towards the 2nd heaven. The others started to move. Those who were strong enough were able to reach the 1st layer of heaven and were rushing to the 2nd layer of heaven. This was because it had been said before that the higher one charged, the higher one's ranking would be, and the greater the benefits would be. No one would give up on this opportunity. However, not everyone could reach the 1st layer of heaven. The 1st layer of heaven seemed to be the most basic, but it had stumped countless experts. Many people were already struggling to reach the 1st layer of heaven, not to mention reaching the 2nd layer of heaven. Some of them tried to force their way up, but their bodies were torn apart, and those who tried hard exploded into a bloody mist, screaming as they ran away. Everyone was alarmed. Sure enough, the 1st heavenly layer of the 9 heavens was not so easy to cross. The surrounding onlookers were all excited. This was a rare scene. Shen Jingqiu also arrived at the 1st layer of heaven and came to Lin Xian's side. "Brother Lin, let's go quickly. Don't be left behind by them. Don't worry. The higher you go, the harder it will be. They won't be able to reach the 9th layer of heaven so easily." Lin Xian felt the pressure of the 1st layer of heaven, and he could make a preliminary judgment. He was now a veteran who had gone through hundreds of battles. Hence, he was able to analyze the 9th layer of heaven and the strength of those people. Although it wasn't 100% accurate, it was basically the same. Moreover, he said, don't be anxious. The 9th layer of heaven seems to have some special characteristics. Is there something else? Xin Jingqiu was shocked. She carefully sensed it, then frowned. "Now that you mention it, it is indeed a little unusual. However, it is too ethereal to grasp." Lin Xian nodded slightly and carefully sensed it. Wang. He suddenly raised his hand and punched towards the void. With a clang, the sound of thunder resounded between heaven and earth. It was like the sound of a yellow bell, resounding through heaven and earth. Not only did the people in the 9th layer of heaven hear it, but the onlookers outside the 9th layer of heaven also heard it. What's going on? Did someone use a sacred weapon? Everyone was shocked. Didn't they say that they couldn't use it? Everyone was puzzled. The few envoys from Peerless City curled up their lips into a smile. Someone was able to ring the bell so soon? The elders said loudly. The 9th layer of heaven has the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Let's see if you can sound it. Everyone was in an uproar. So that's what it means. Every layer of heaven has the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Although they didn't know what it was, it must be extraordinary to be able to sound the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Sure enough, after that, more and more voices rang out, coming from different places. It was obvious that the other elites had also started to sound the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Lin Xian retracted his palm. When he heard the elder's words, he squinted his eyes. So that's how it is. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Everyone should be able to sound at most 9 sounds on each layer of heaven. This sound contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every sound was a baptism of the Tao. Let's act quickly. This is extremely beneficial for our comprehension of the laws. As he spoke, Lin Xian roared and punched in all directions. 1, 2, 3 terrifying sounds of thunder rang out one after another. Instantly, 9 sounds of thunder circled around heaven and earth. Damn, who is it? The heavenly thunder 9 sounds was in an uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. Even the few people from Wushuang City had a piercing look in their eyes. The elder soared into the sky, releasing a powerful aura. It was too unbelievable. Someone could sound 9 sounds in an instant. Chapter 3644. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the heavenly thunder sound, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. It was actually very difficult. Even the first level of heaven found it difficult to do. But now, someone actually did it. It was really too unbelievable. Who was it? Who was it? Everyone was discussing, but the few envoys from Peerless City could clearly see it. They saw that in the first level of heaven, there was a young man in red who punched in all directions, hitting out 9 levels of heaven. It was this kid. Their faces were full of surprise. To be honest, they thought it was Di Ling or Ghostly, but they did not expect it to be neither. It was actually Lin Xian, the second level saint. He hit out the heavenly thunder 9 sounds from the start. The 9 sounds rumbled, and the great Tao law surrounded Lin Xian, causing Lin Xian to instantly sit down cross-legged and quickly comprehend. Beside him, Xin Jingqiu also quickly made a move, but he only hit out 7 sounds. But this was already very impressive, so she also quickly sat down to comprehend. After a while, Xin Jingqiu opened her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. It was indeed useful. She felt that her use of laws had become stronger, and her laws had actually improved. This heavenly thunder 9 sounds was really too amazing. She really wanted to try it again. Lin Xian beside her also opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Let's quickly go to the second level of heaven. He also stood up, and at the same time, a piercing light burst out from his eyes. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds were all hit out by him, and his comprehension was even more profound. At the same time, he had a thought in his mind. Just the first level of heaven was already able to comprehend to such an extent. If all 9 levels of heaven were hit, what kind of realm would it be? He might be able to break through in an instant. Thinking of this possibility, he was incomparably excited. One had to know that unless there was some heaven-defying opportunity, it was very difficult to break through. Some people could be stuck in a small realm for thousands of years, and it was possible. For example, Yu Qinya's cultivation breakthrough. That was something that the Rain clan had paid a huge price for, and probably would not be able to do a second time. It could be said that those who could come were all world-class geniuses. They had experienced hundreds and thousands of years of fortuitous encounters before they could achieve what they had today. Lin Xian was much younger than those people. He was not even 100 years old. There was only a difference of 2 celestial layers. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be heaven-defying. But this time, Lin Xian decided to use the 9 heavens to break through again. Thinking of this, he and Xin Jingqiu quickly went to the second heaven. The pressure of the second heaven was much greater than that of the first heaven. However, this was not a problem for the 2 of them. Thus, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the second layer. When those people saw this scene, they were incomparably frightened. They did not doubt Xin Jingqiu's strength, but for Lin Xian, it was really inconceivable that he could reach the second layer of heaven. This brat's strength was a little ridiculously strong. Lin Xian did not pay attention to the others. Instead, he said to Xin Jingqiu, "Let's begin. Try your best." After saying that, he also moved his fists and began to attack in all directions. The sound of the great Tao resounded again. For a moment, everyone was amazed. At the same time, in the 5th heaven of the 9 heavens, Di Ling's expression was cold. He attacked in all directions in the 5th heaven, except for the 6 heavenly thunder sounds. Then he began to comprehend. Currently he was the highest. The others, like Guili, had reached the 4th heaven. The others, like Shirbufan and Shirshui Tiancheng, had also reached the 4th heaven. The others, like Wang Xiaofeng and Yu Qinya, were at the 3rd heaven. They were all trying their best to find a way to hit as many heavenly thunder sounds as possible. Shirbufan roared and punched in all directions. In the 4th heaven, he hit 6 heavenly thunder sounds. Then he began to comprehend. Guili sneered. His body was full of ghost qi, and he hit 7 heavenly thunder sounds. Shirsui Tiancheng did not make a move, but the stars in his eyes disappeared. His gaze pierced through the void, and he also hit 7 heavenly thunder sounds. On the other side, in the 3rd heaven, Yu Qinya roared and used the Rain Clan's great ability. He actually hit 8 heavenly thunder sounds, which made him wild with joy. This is great. He was too excited. He almost hit all of the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. He thought that other than him, no one else could do it. However, when he was about to comprehend, he suddenly heard 9 sounds at the same time, shaking heaven and earth. 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Damn it! It was the 9 heavenly thunder sounds again. How was this possible? Yu Qinya could not believe it. He had just heard the 9 heavenly thunder sounds, and now he heard it again. Who was it? In an instant, he thought of Di Ling. Damn it, this imperial mausoleum was really too terrifying. But soon he calmed down. Di Ling was strong, but he was not weak either. He hit 8 heavenly thunder sounds, so he was second only to Di Ling. Thinking of this, he smiled. Even if he could not be the first disciple, it was not bad to be the second disciple. So he sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend quickly. The others were also shocked. For example, in the 4th heaven, Shirbufan, Guili, and Shirsui Tiancheng's expressions were cold. Damn it, was Di Ling already this strong? This was unbelievable. The people outside were also discussing. In their opinion, there was only one person who could hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds, and that was Di Ling. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else. However, the people from Wushuang City did not think so. They could clearly see the scene of the 9 heavens. At this moment, their faces were full of shock. Even the old man was dumbfounded. It was this kid again. How was this possible? He saw that the one who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds was a young man in red, a 2nd heaven sage. That's right. The one who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was too powerful. After Xin Jingqiu hit the 7 heavenly thunder sounds, her face was full of envy. Lin Xian smiled. Qiu, quickly comprehend it. You might be able to break through next time. Xin Jingqiu nodded and quickly sat down to comprehend. On the other side, Lin Xian did the same. In the 5th heaven, Di Ling opened his eyes. His expression was first filled with joy. This allowed him to have a new understanding and improvement in his laws. However, soon he frowned slightly. Who was the one who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds? Could it be that guy Guili? Everyone outside was guessing that it was him who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. However, he knew that he had never hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. At most, he had only hit the 8 heavenly thunder sounds. That was in the 3rd heaven. Hence, he guessed that it was Guili. Guili was the one whose strength was closest to his, and he was from the Fiend Star. The Fiend Star was a place where countless ruthless people gathered. There were galactic pirates, and the laws of martial arts were very complicated. Perhaps Ghostly had learned some special abilities. This Guili should be in the 3rd heaven now. If that was the case, it was nothing. He was already in the 5th heaven. Hitting the 9 heavenly thunder sounds in the 3rd heaven would be easier. Hence, he did not mind. Chapter 36:45. Taking a deep breath, he struck out with his palm again, and actually struck out a new one. My previous comprehension of the laws had a new improvement, so I can strike out again. Thinking of this, he hurried to comprehend again. Di Ling's strategy was simple. He did not care whether he could strike out the 9 sounds, but whether he could ascend to the 9 heavens. Therefore, he had to move forward as much as possible to distance himself from the others. If he could ascend to the 9th or 8th heaven, even if he only struck out 1 heavenly thunder sound, it would be much more powerful than striking out 9 heavenly thunder sounds at the same heaven. On this point, Di Ling was right. However, he was too fixated on the results and forgot about the process of comprehension. Lin Xian was different in this regard. He did not care about how many heavens he could ascend. What he cared about was whether he could comprehend the 9 heavenly thunder sounds at each heaven and strengthen his own laws. At this moment, Lin Xian woke up from his comprehension again. He said to Xin Jingqiu, "Qiu, is that enough?" Xin Jingqiu nodded. "I want to strike again." As she spoke, she struck out again and struck out the 8 heavenly thunder sounds. There was an additional thunder sound. This was due to Xin Jingqiu's new comprehension. This scene made Lin Xian happy. "That's great. Hurry up and comprehend." Xin Jingqiu quickly sat down to comprehend. Finally, the two of them rose into the air again. They headed towards the 3rd heaven. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd heaven. There were much fewer people in the 3rd heaven, because those who could come here were all extraordinary. Even Wang Xiaofeng and Yu Qinya were here. Yu Qinya had just finished comprehending. He was full of confidence and wanted to leave. However, he was stunned by the next person. Damn it, how could it be? He was stunned because he saw Lin Xian. But why was he here? This was unbelievable. Wasn't he at the 1st heaven? What was going on? Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu naturally saw Yu Qinya and squinted their eyes. A trash like you is still able to reach the 3rd layer of heaven. You really surprised me. Lin Xian said faintly. Damn it, that's what I want to say. Yu Qinya roared madly. Damned brat, I didn't expect you to be able to come up here. To be honest, he was really shocked. In his opinion, Lin Xian would only be able to reach the 1st layer of heaven in his lifetime. He couldn't even ascend to the 2nd heaven. But now he actually saw him in the 3rd heaven. How could this be? Xin Jingqiu, it must be because of this woman that this brat was able to come up. Yes, that's right, that must be it. Yu Qinya kept consoling himself. Lin Xian saw through the other party's thoughts and sneered. What an idiot. Was it fun to deceive oneself? Don't worry. You'll find out soon enough that I'll surpass you completely because I've never treated you as an opponent. What a sharp-tongued brat. Keep being stubborn. Shen Jingqiu can only help you to the 3rd heaven. That's already the limit. I don't believe that you can ascend to the 4th heaven. I'll trample you under my feet for the rest of my life. Yu Qinya roared madly and then rushed towards the 4th heaven. The pressure of the 4th heaven was very strong. Yu Qinya felt a strong force that wanted to crush him. His body trembled and he almost fell from the sky. Trample me under your feet? Dream on. Seems like you can't even break through the 4th heaven. How dare you talk big in front of me? Lin Xian raised his head to look at the scene and sneered. Courting death, open for me. Wind and rain 9 transformations. Yu Qinya roared madly. Rain poured down from his body, and the wind howled. It turned into a torrent of law and slashed towards the sky. Finally, he tore a crack in the 4th heaven and rushed in. This brat could actually go up. Xin Jingqiu was surprised. Lin Xian was very calm. He said that it was nothing. The 4th heaven should not be a problem for him. But it seemed like this was his limit, unless he had a new comprehension. But even if he had a new comprehension, it would be the 5th heaven at most. It was impossible for him to go any higher. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light. He directly gave Yu Qinya a conclusion. At the same time, he said, Don't worry about that brat. He's nothing to be afraid of. Let's hurry up and comprehend the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his fist again. The golden fist was incomparable. It carried the power of the 5 elemental law. It seemed like it could destroy everything. With one punch, the entire 3rd heaven shook violently. It was as if the sky and the earth had been turned upside down. The surrounding third heaven cultivators were all stunned. Who was this? How could he be so fierce? Was he trying to destroy the heavens? They all turned their heads and looked around. In the next moment, they saw Lin Xian. Damn, it's this brat. Damn it, how is it possible? How did this brat come up? These people were crazy. Wang Xiaofeng naturally saw Lin Xian as well. She had just awoken from her meditation and was preparing to leave. But in the next moment, she discovered that Lin Xian was attacking the third heavenly layer. And the commotion was extremely shocking. It's him. He could actually come up here. Lin Xian's appearance shocked Wang Xiaofeng. But that was not the most shocking thing. Soon, Wang Xiaofeng's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. That was because she heard 9 voices. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds surrounded Lin Xian, making him look like a god. He actually hit 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. How is this possible? Honestly, she was really too shocked. One had to know that she had only hit 7 sounds here. Although it was only a difference of 2 sounds, it was like heaven and earth. It was impossible for her to go any further. 9 sounds were simply a legend to her. Damn it, 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. And it was a punch. This brat was a monster. After the Imperial Mausoleum, was there someone else who could hit the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? No. She had to tell Shui that a peerless enemy had appeared. In Wang Xiaofeng's opinion, the first 2 heavenly thunder 9 sounds must have been hit by the Imperial Mausoleum. But Lin Xian could also hit it successfully. He was a genius on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. She rushed into the sky, shocked. She wanted to tear the 4th heaven apart because she had to tell Shui Tianqian this news. At this moment, Xin Jingqiu clapped and cheered. Big Brother Lin was really too powerful. This was already the 3rd heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Qiu was really envious. The sound was not loud, but Wang Xiaofeng heard it clearly. She almost fell from the sky. She floated in the air, trembling slightly. Her face was full of shock. What? The 3rd heavenly thunder 9 sounds? Could it be that the first 2 were also hit by him? Heavens! How could this be? Wang Xiaofeng felt that her knowledge had collapsed, because she had always thought that the first 2 heavenly thunder 9 sounds were hit by the Imperial Mausoleum, and she felt that only the Imperial Mausoleum could do it. Chapter 3646. But now it was not Di Ling, but the kid in front of him. Just what kind of monster was this kid? 3 strikes. This guy really had such strength. Previously, Lin Xian had said that Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. At that time, everyone thought that Lin Xian was crazy. But now, Wang Xiaofeng felt that he was really qualified to say such words. Wait, she suddenly froze. What did Xin Jingqiu call him? Brother Lin, is his surname Lin? Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. Could it be that Lin Wudi? Thinking of this possibility, she felt that she was going crazy. Damn it, this discovery. I must tell Shui Tianqian. They had to prepare quickly. Wang Xiaofeng, at this moment, used all her strength to attack the 4th layer of heaven. Finally, she tore a crack in the 4th layer of heaven and went in. Wang Xiaofeng finally arrived at the 4th layer of heaven, but she found that Shui Tianqian had already gone to the 5th layer of heaven. Wang Xiaofeng could only suppress the shock in her heart. It was better to cultivate in the 4th layer of heaven first, and wait until the 5th layer of heaven. On the other side, Yu Qinya also arrived at the 4th layer of heaven. He took a deep breath and began to comfort himself. It's okay, I'm already ahead of that kid. I will definitely trample him under my feet. Boom, boom, boom. Next, he bombarded all directions, but in the end he only released 6 heavenly thunder roars. He was not satisfied. He gritted his teeth and attacked many times, and in the end he could only release 5 heavenly thunder roars. This made him break out in cold sweat. Calm down, I have to calm down. Yu Qinya began to sit cross-legged and began to comprehend the heavenly thunder roars. On the other side, which was the 3rd layer of heaven, Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu were also in the midst of comprehending. Finally, they opened their eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled. "Let's go," Lin Xian said. Xin Jingqiu nodded, and the two looked up. Above, which was the fourth layer of heaven, the surrounding third layer of heaven, saw the scene and all became nervous. Were these two finally going to appear again? Especially this Lin Xian. It was really unbelievable that he could make it here. Previously, everyone was very curious as to why Lin Xian could come here. Was it because of Shen Jingqiu's help? Now, perhaps they would be able to see it with their own eyes. "Qiu, you can go up first," Lin Xian said. Shen Jingqiu nodded. She soared into the air and headed upwards. Very soon, she felt an immense pressure. With a shout, she drew a line in the air with her finger. Violet light swirled in the air, forming an arc of moonlight that collided with the pressure of the fourth heaven. Clang! Clang! Heaven fell, and earth cracked. The fourth heaven tumbled, but it still didn't shatter. Upon seeing this, Shen Jingqiu flicked her fingers continuously, firing one terrifying dharma after another, which finally tore the fourth layer apart. Then she entered. "Big Brother Lin, come in quickly." A surprised voice sounded. Could it be that the crack could allow many people to pass through? Many people's eyes lit up. Could it be that Lin Xian came to the third heaven in this way previously? Thinking of this, someone's figure flashed. He wanted to use the crack opened by Xin Jingqiu to enter the fourth heaven, but as soon as he got close, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it, no way. He could only open it himself. He couldn't use anyone else. Those people's faces turned pale. Some people didn't believe it and wanted to try again, but they were sent flying while vomiting blood. The crack in the sky disappeared once again. This method wouldn't work. But how did Lin Xian come up? Damn it, they had to see it clearly. Lin Xian sneered at the actions of the people around him. They really knew how to take advantage of loopholes. However, these opportunists wouldn't be allowed to enter the test this time. As for him, he didn't need anyone's help. In the next moment, he roared. His fist emitted a golden light and blasted towards the sky. With a boom, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. A big hole was poked in the fourth heaven. Lin Xian skyrocketed and directly stepped into the fourth heaven. The people around him were stunned. Many of them were so scared that they knelt on the ground and trembled. Oh God, is this really a sage of the second heaven? This power seemed to be even stronger than when he leveled up. That was Shen Jingqiu, one of the 8 great prodigies. Could it be that this kid's strength was also at the level of the 8 great prodigies? Thinking of this possibility, their scalps tingled. This time, they finally knew how Lin Xian had managed to get here. He relied on his own strength to force his way up. There were even fewer people in the fourth heaven. There were only about 10 people in total. Xin Jingqiu was surprised. There were so few people in the fourth heaven. She wondered if anyone in the 9th heaven could go up. It was difficult. The higher one went, the greater the pressure. The 5th heaven would be much more difficult than the 4th heaven. Lin Xian looked around. He saw Yu Qinya and Wang Xiaofeng. There were also some people, but their faces were unfamiliar. This guy actually came up. Among the 8 great prodigies, there was a person called Yang Hao, who was ranked 8th. When he saw Lin Xian come up, he was also surprised. One had to know that those who could come here were at least at the level of the 8 great prodigies. The remaining people were some hidden monsters or experts who were slightly older. For example, the 2,000-year-old sage. But without exception, these people's cultivation were all around the 4th heaven. The weakest was at the 3rd heaven late stage. Lin Xian, who was at the 3rd heaven late stage, was rare. It could be said that there was no such person. Boom! He was still wondering what was going on. Suddenly he heard a sound. No, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. There was a roar between heaven and earth. Damn it. Yang Hao immediately knelt down. He saw Lin Xian punch out the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. This was too unbelievable. It was like a dream. Not only that, but everyone on the 4th level was shocked. Even those who were meditating opened their eyes. Their faces were full of shock. The 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Who sounded the 9 heavenly thunder sounds? And it was on their first heaven. It was definitely not Di Ling, because Di Ling was far ahead of them. In other words, a newcomer came from below and sounded the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Who was it? They all turned their heads and saw a person surrounded by 9 lightning bolts. Who was it? That gigolo. Damn it. Wasn't he a gigolo? How could he be so powerful? The surrounding people were also frightened to the point where their scalps went numb. Wang Xiaofeng also opened her eyes. It was that familiar figure again. In the next moment, she saw Lin Xian's figure. It was him. It was really him. He could really make the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Yu Qinya was also awakened by the sound. He opened his eyes and looked. Could it be that Di Ling had returned? Chapter 36:47. When he saw Lin Xian in the distance, he was stunned. Damn it, what's wrong with that kid? How did he get up here? It took him a lot of effort to enter the 4th heaven. How did he do it? When he saw the 9 thunderous sounds revolving around Lin Xian, he was even more stunned. Heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Impossible. He stood up and screamed. Did he just use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? What a joke. He could only use the heavenly thunder 6 sounds here. It was unbelievable that Lin Xian had 3 more sounds than him. I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the 4th heaven. Yu Qinya screamed crazily. He started to attack in all directions. If he could use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds, it would mean that there was something wrong here. However, he could only use the heavenly thunder 6 sounds at most. He felt hopeless and hopeless. He roared, "Damn kid, go to hell." Yu Qinya jumped up and charged towards Lin Xian. He would never allow such a person to exist. Oh no, Yu Qinya attacked. The surrounding people exclaimed. Xin Jingqiu's expression changed. She wanted to attack too. However, before she could, Yu Qinya was attacked. It turned out that the heavenly thunder 9 sounds had drawn 9 mysterious ancient runes. They attacked in all directions and sent Yu Qinya flying. Yu Qinya flew backward and vomited blood. His body was pierced through and he looked miserable. In the 9th heaven, no one was allowed to attack others. This was a warning. If there was a next time, he would be killed immediately. A cold voice rang out. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Xin Jingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sneered. He had already guessed that this would happen. It was ridiculous that Yu Qinya was such an idiot. He even dared to challenge the rules of Wushuang City. Chiu go and cultivate. No one will disturb us. Lin Xian said. Then he started to comprehend. Xin Jingqiu used the heavenly thunder 8 sounds to comprehend as well. This scene shocked everyone once again. The 8 sounds of heavenly thunder was really too powerful. This was already the 4th layer of heaven. They didn't expect that Shan Jingqiu would become more and more courageous as the battle progressed. She had already completely surpassed them by using the 8 heavenly thunder sounds. Impossible, this is impossible. Damn it, why is he so strong? Yu Qinya crawled up from the ground and quickly recovered from his injuries. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with madness. To be honest, the strength of these 2 people had exceeded his expectations, especially Lin Xian, who had actually used the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Damn it, what kind of luck did he have? I don't believe it. I have to see what's wrong with this kid. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Xian. The others also did not leave because the heavenly thunder 9 sounds was too inconceivable. At the same time, there were even fewer people in the 5th layer of heaven. There were only a few people left, and their faces were filled with astonishment. He thought of the heavenly thunder 9 sounds again. This was already the 4th time. The imperial mausoleum had already defied the heavens to such an extent. Every time he ascended a heaven, he would have to strike the 9 sounds of thunder. Until now, they still thought that it was from imperial mausoleum. At the 6th layer of heaven, imperial mausoleum's face was also solemn. Damn, that ghostly, how could he be so powerful? Everyone thought that it was from imperial mausoleum, and Imperial Mausoleum thought that it was from his opponent, Ghostly. The people outside were also guessing, their faces filled with madness. Only the people from Peerless City were twitching their mouths. Damn it, it's that kid again. This kid was incredible, and he had already been listed as a key person to be observed. They did not expect that after Senior Brother Fu, there would be another person who was so heaven-defying, striking the heavenly thunder 9 sounds 4 times in a row. They wondered if he could break Senior Brother Fu's record. Impossible! Senior Brother Fu had struck the heavenly thunder 9 sounds 7 times. He had created a record. No matter how strong that kid was, it was impossible to strike 7 times. A few of the Peerless City's messengers were discussing quickly. The Senior Brother Fu they were talking about was naturally Fu Hongye. Fu Hongye was a legendary figure in Peerless City, and he had created many records. The old man's eyes were also shining, wondering what kind of miracle this kid could create. As for Lin Xian, he was also looking forward to it. At the 4th heaven, Lin Xian opened his eyes. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu had also finished comprehending. Both of their laws had increased again. You trash still haven't left. Lin Xian was the first to see Yu Qianye, and then the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. What? Could it be that you have stopped at the 4th heaven and can't ascend to the 5th heaven? Thinking about it, your potential should have been used up. Damn kid! How dare you look down on me? Yu Qianye instantly stood up and roared crazily. He was about to go crazy from anger. He was actually being looked down on. I'm here to expose you. I don't believe that you can ascend to the 4th heaven with your own strength. Lin Xian laughed loudly after hearing that. So it was because of this. Yu Qianye, do you really think that you are very powerful? Do you really think that you can ignore everything just because you are one of the 8 great prodigies? Do you think that because my cultivation is lower than yours, my strength should be lower than yours? You are really too self-righteous. In this world, there are millions of possibilities. Some people's strength can't be measured by their cultivation. I am one of them. So put away your pride. In front of me, you are nothing. You, sharp-tongued kid, you are not qualified to teach me a lesson. Yu Qianye snorted coldly. Why can't I look down on you? I am only 900 years old this year. I am very young, and I am already a 4th heaven sage. As for you, you're only at the 2nd heaven. You are 2 realms lower than me. You might not be able to reach my realm in this lifetime. Why can't I look down on you? Yu Qianye roared crazily, and the others were also shocked. Yu Qianye is so young, only 900 years old? Lin Xian was disdainful after hearing that. You have lived for nearly 1,000 years. What a surprise. I thought you were only 100 years old. It seems that you are not my opponent at all. Lin Xian shook his head, looking like a lonely expert. This scene angered Yu Qianye so much that he vomited blood. Kid, you are so arrogant. I will see how you die when you go out later. If it wasn't for the rules that forbid fighting, do you think you are qualified to speak in front of me? A gigolo who relies on women is not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Relying on women? Lin Xian sneered. Fine. It seems that you will not give up until you see the coffin. Today, I will let you see my true strength. Yu Qianye, I will let you see that your pride is not worth mentioning in front of me. Lin Xian's eyes were serious. His body shone brightly, and the whole world's Tao was resonating with him. In the next moment, he stepped on the void and walked toward the sky. The remaining people saw this scene, and their eyes focused. Heavens! Is he going to break through to the 5th heaven? These people were too shocked, because they could sense that the 5th heaven was not so easy to break through. It might be a watershed. You dare to break through to the 5th heaven? What an idiot. I will see how you die. Below, Yu Qianye sneered. Please recommend me. Monthly votes. Collection. Subscribe. Tip. Chapter 3648. He did not think that with Lin Xian's strength, he would be able to break through the 5th heaven. Perhaps in an instant, the opponent would be blasted into a bloody mist by the pressure. Lin Xian's expression was dignified, his body was shining brightly, like a golden god of war, standing in the void. His laws were constantly rising, and his divine body was completely activated. The void trembled, and the violent power illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He threw out a punch that was like a vast ocean. Endless power of law blasted out towards the sky. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. This was because this power was simply too strong. They simply could not believe that this was something that a second heaven sage could produce. Boom! The 4th heaven was constantly rumbling. The 5th heaven was also constantly trembling, and in an instant a hole was punched out. Lin Xian let out a long roar and directly stepped onto the 5th heaven. One punch pierced through the sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The people of the 4th heaven were stunned and directly knelt down. The people of the 5th heaven were even more alarmed, and their eyes shone with a piercing light. Who was it? Had he entered the 5th heaven again? In the 5th heaven, there were only a few people, and those who could enter were all peerless experts and top evildoers. Was it the other few of the 8 great geniuses? They all turned their heads to look. At the next moment, their eyelids twitched wildly, because they felt that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, and a big hole appeared near them. Then a figure walked out. What? It was actually this kid. The few people of the 5th heaven were completely stunned, and they realized that the person who came up was not the person they imagined. It was a person who surprised them. It was that gigolo. How could it be him? How could he come here? In Stillwater Sky City, Sherbufan and the others were surprised. They had an impression of this person, and he was one of Shen Jingqiu's people. But in their opinion, he should be one of Shen Jingqiu's male pets, and his strength should not be too strong. But now he could actually come to the 5th heaven. It was really unbelievable. For a moment, they were all stunned, and their minds were a little blank. Below, the people of the 4th heaven were even more shocked. Lin Xian stood on the 5th layer of heaven and looked at the 4th layer of heaven through the crack. He coldly said, "You, Qinya, how is it? Where is your pride? Do you still think you can look down on me?" Yu Chenya's mind was blank, and he was dumbstruck. Only when Lin Xian asked him did he regain his senses. The next moment, he felt like he was about to pee his pants. Impossible. He was really too shocked. The other party had broken the sky with a single punch. What kind of strength was this? No, this was not his true strength. This place was very strange, and it should have something to do with the laws. But if it was the laws, then it was even more inconceivable. The other party's comprehension of laws was already so profound. This was completely beyond him. For a moment, he was unable to accept this. Damn brat, don't be so arrogant. If you can do it, so can I. Yu Chenya roared and soared into the sky. His heart was filled with shock, but he believed in himself. Perhaps the barrier here wasn't as strong as before, and that was why the other party had been able to enter. Boom! Yu Chenya exerted all of his strength and blasted it towards the sky. This attack was extremely domineering, as if the entire sky was about to shatter. However, when the palm landed, heaven and earth trembled, and there were no cracks. Instead, Yu Chenya was sent flying. What? Yu Chenya did not succeed. The people of the 4th layer of heaven were shocked. It seemed that the gap between the two parties was too big. Damn it, I don't believe it. Yu Chenya roared and attacked crazily. However, the 5th layer of heaven was like a Milky Way hanging above his head, making it impossible for Yu Chenya to come over. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Is this what you have to be proud of? Is this what you use to look down on me? What a joke! Hearing this, Yu Chenya was so angry that he vomited blood. As one of the 8 geniuses, his strength was strong, and he had just broken through to the 4th layer of heaven, so he was proud and arrogant. But now he was being looked down on. Damn it, I can't accept this. He roared crazily, and a terrifying law rushed out and attacked above. Boom! 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 The fluctuations between heaven and earth were even more terrifying, but the 5th layer of heaven still did not crack. Humph, trash. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He ignored Yuchenya and looked at Shen Jingqiu. Qiu, come up quickly. I will wait for you at the 5th layer of heaven. As he spoke, the crack under Lin Xian's feet slowly healed. After it had completely healed, the people of the 4th layer of heaven were still in a daze. Lin Xian's previous actions were too spectacular, and coupled with Yuchenya's miserable state, it formed a sharp contrast. They felt that Lin Xian was the real genius, and Yuchenya was just an ant. No, I don't believe it. Yuchenya roared crazily. If he attacked quickly, he would definitely break through and enter the 5th layer of heaven. At this moment, he was extremely crazy. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu also attacked. She took a deep breath and shouted. She waved her hand, bringing along a powerful law. This attack was naturally unable to break through the 5th layer of heaven, but she was not discouraged. Her mentality was very stable now. Therefore, after a period of time, she coaxed the 5th layer of heaven to open and stepped in. Shen Jingqiu also went in. Many people were envious. Seeing this, Yuchenya spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he went mad. How could it be? How could I not be able to enter? He was mad. To be honest, he was suppressed by Shen Jingqiu before, but after his cultivation had broken through, he did not put Shen Jingqiu in his eyes. In his opinion, his current strength was enough to compete for the top 3 of the 8 geniuses. But now, Shen Jingqiu also went in, and he still could not break through. He could not accept it. Wang Xiaofeng saw this scene and shook her head slightly. Yuchenya's mentality had collapsed, and he probably could not use his full strength. Thinking of this, she shook her head. If he continued to be crazy, he would be a pitiful worm. She did not care about him anymore, and started to break through the 5th layer of heaven. The 5th layer of heaven. Everyone was also in shock. They had not recovered from their shock. Lin Xian had entered. How could it be? But until now, they found that it was really a fact. They had no choice but to accept it. Soon, they found the 5th layer of heaven, and another person came up. It was Shen Jingqiu. They were shocked. After Shen Jingqiu came up, she looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin, I'm here. Lin Xian nodded. Qiu, recover your strength first, then attack. Shen Jingqiu sat down cross-legged and began to recover her strength. Lin Xian attacked. When he stepped into the 5th layer of heaven, he only used 1 punch and did not use much strength. So now, he was ready to break through the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Chapter 36:49. The 5th layer of heaven was much more difficult than the previous ones. Lin Xian only used the 5 sounds of heavenly thunder in 1 punch. Wow, this kid is so strong! Sherbufan and the others exclaimed, but soon they screamed in fright. That was because Lin Xian had thrown out another punch. This time, the 9 sounds of heavenly thunder were all heard. Sherbufan, Shui Tiancheng, and the others were scared to death. Damn it! How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Is this kid still human? Under everyone's surprised gaze, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. What did you see? Sherbufan's mouth twitched. The stars in Shui Tiancheng's eyes faded. He used the 9 sounds of heavenly thunder. Heavens! He can be compared with Di Ling. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Ghost Li also gritted his teeth. Between heaven and earth, the voice of the messenger sounded again. In the 9 layers of heaven, do not waste time, because time is also part of your assessment. If you feel that you can no longer move forward, then it is wise to give up. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They originally thought that they could stay here for a little longer, and maybe there will be a chance. But now it seemed that it was not possible. Time was also part of the assessment. So if they stayed here for too long and were unable to move forward, then their ranking would fall. So thinking of this, they no longer cared about being shocked. Let's break through to the 6th layer of heaven first. Then think about what is going on with this kid. There were only 6 people here in the 5th layer of heaven. At this moment, except for Shen Jingqiu and Lin Xian, the other 4 people were attacking like crazy. However, the 6th layer of heaven was not a place you can go up as you wish. Even if Shi Bufan, Shi Sui Tiancheng, Ghost Li, and the others attacked for a long time, they still could not break through. This made them feel despair for a while. No, I can't accept it. They were all peerless geniuses and were incomparably confident in themselves. How could they shrink back because of such a small matter? However, 3 days later, they were completely desperate. In these 3 days, they never stopped attacking, and each time they used their strongest attack, but still could not break through. Shi Bufan sighed and said, "It seems like I can't do it anymore. I'm going to leave." Indeed, it would be futile to stay any longer. The 5th layer of heaven was probably his limit. Furthermore, there was also the factor of time. He could not stay here indefinitely. Therefore, he was prepared to leave. Shi Sui Tianchen sighed. Could it be that he really couldn't do it? He didn't leave, but another person did. This person wasn't one of the 8 great geniuses. He was a new genius. However, they also chose to leave. The only ones left to attack were Ghost Force and Stillwater Sky City. Finally, Ghostly tore open a crack and successfully entered the 6th layer of heaven. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Shi Sui Tiancheng, I'm leaving first. You have fun." Had Ghostly entered? Damn it. The water of heaven had unleashed the strongest eye technique, but it still didn't succeed. In desperation, he could only choose to withdraw. His figure disappeared in the 5th heaven. Only Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu were left on the 5th floor. The 2 of them were still comprehending and had not woken up. The 6th layer of heaven. A figure appeared. It was Ghostly. As soon as he appeared, he looked up to the sky and laughed. It was really too good. He finally reached the 6th layer of heaven. Presumably, only he and Di Ling could reach this level. Stopping laughing, he looked around. Suddenly, he revealed a puzzled look. Why didn't he see Di Ling's figure? Could it be that guy went to the 7th layer of heaven? He was surprised. In fact, he didn't know that just when he entered the 6th layer of heaven, Di Ling also chose to withdraw. Di Ling was the first to reach the 6th layer. Compared to the others, he was much earlier. Therefore, he had enough time to comprehend and even attack the 7th layer of heaven. But in the end, he despaired. He couldn't open the 7th layer of heaven. Coupled with the factor of time, Di Ling very decisively chose to withdraw. In his view, even if he was in the 6th layer of heaven, he was still the first. He even felt that no one could set foot on the 6th layer of heaven. Ghostly didn't know where Di Ling went, but he didn't care. He was now going to attack the heavenly thunder sound with all his strength. In the 6th layer of heaven, he only attacked 3 heavenly thunder sound. And in the end, he didn't break through the 7th layer of heaven, so he could only choose to withdraw. The 5th layer of heaven. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu opened their eyes. They began to attack the 6th layer of heaven. Lin Xian attacked first. His body emitted a bright light like a sun. His eyes were like lightning, and he attacked aggressively. At this moment, he attacked with sword energy. The 5 elements' sword moved in the sky, slashing the heavens and destroying the earth. It directly tore a big crack in the 6th layer of heaven. Then Lin Xian walked up. "Qiu, it's up to you." Shen Jingqiu nodded. She used her spiritual body, which caused her realm to increase greatly. Naturally, she also broke through the barrier of the 6th layer of heaven. The 2 of them finally arrived at the 6th layer of heaven. When they arrived, there was no one around. Shen Jingqiu said in surprise, "Could it be that they went to the 7th layer of heaven?" Lin Xian said, "Not necessarily. They might have already withdrawn. Don't worry about them. Let's continue." Lin Xian attacked with sword energy in all directions. Finally, he attacked with the heavenly thunder 9 sounds again. Then he sat down with his legs crossed. Shen Jingqiu attacked with the heavenly thunder 7 sounds. When the heavenly thunder 9 sounds echoed in the 9th layer of heaven, the people below went crazy. The sixth heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Damn it. How far did the Imperial Mausoleum go? At the fourth layer of heaven, there were still more than 10 people. Among them, Wang Xiaofeng and Yu Qinya were there. Wang Xiaofeng's face sank. She also did not break through the barrier of the fifth layer of heaven. Now that she heard the sixth heavenly thunder 9 sounds, she was filled with shock. Under such fear, she chose to give up. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that she would collapse. When she disappeared into the fourth layer of heaven, she glanced at Yu Qinya. At this moment, Yu Qinya's hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. He looked like a madman. He had completely collapsed. Indeed, Yu Qinya's strong attacks these days were still unable to break through the fifth layer of heaven. This made him feel hopeless. The others were also shocked, especially those from Peerless City. They were even more shocked. 6 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Heavens, is this kid really going to challenge Senior Brother Fu's record? If he could reach the 7th layer of heaven and attack with the 7th heavenly thunder 9 sounds, then he would be able to tie the record. It was too shocking. After so many years, there was finally another peerless monster. This kid is not ordinary. The elder's eyes lit up. His physique is definitely not ordinary. It should be one of the strongest physiques in the world. Moreover, his sword energy is terrifying. That sharp aura shocked me. I wondered what kind of swordsmanship he practiced. This is getting more and more interesting. He felt that Lin Xian was too interesting. He wanted to see if Lin Xian could break the record of Peerless City. Chapter 3650. Outside the ninth heaven, figures appeared one after another. Many of them were disappointed because most of them did not even reach the first heaven. These people were naturally eliminated. They could only return to the crowd, their faces full of disappointment. If they wanted to participate in the Holy City's assessment, they could only wait for the next time. And the next time they did not know if it would be hundreds or even thousands of years later. So how could they not feel despair? Most of the people who reached the ninth heaven only reached the first heaven and could not advance any further. Those who could reach the second heaven or above were few and far between. Although they could only reach the first heaven, these people were also incomparably excited because they had finally obtained the qualifications to enter the next round. To them, it was a great honor. Those who had successfully ascended to the ninth heaven were standing in another void. Moreover, it was distributed according to their results. Above them, figures appeared one after another. They were all from the ninth heaven. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's the Imperial Mausoleum." Above the ninth heaven, a figure appeared. His expression was cold, his gaze was cold, and there was a trace of dominance. It was the first of the 8 great geniuses. Heavens, look! His position was far above those people, and he was surrounded by the 5 heavenly thunders. Everyone looked carefully. Indeed, the position where the Imperial Mausoleum was standing was very special. It could be said to be the highest one. However, some people also noticed that something was wrong. Why did he only have 5 heavenly thunder sounds around him? It shouldn't be. Didn't he use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? Indeed, they just heard the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Was it not from the Imperial Mausoleum? Heavens, how was that possible? Everyone was in an uproar and discussed spiritedly. At this time, a few more figures appeared. It was Sherbufan and the others. It was the 8 great geniuses. They also saw the people from Water Sky City. These people were at the 5th heaven. They found Sherbufan, Water Sky City, and a few others below the Imperial Mausoleum. Obviously, they were at the 5th heaven. It seemed that the highest one was the Imperial Mausoleum. However, even Imperial Mausoleum had only reached the 6th heaven. There were still 3 levels to go from the 9th heaven. It was estimated that no one could surpass him. Just as he finished speaking, another figure appeared beside the Imperial Mausoleum, standing at the same height as everyone else. Heaven. There was actually someone who had ascended to the 6th layer of heaven. Who was it? Everyone screamed in shock. At this moment, the universe was boiling. Even Shui Tiancheng, Sherbufan, and the others glanced over too. Di Ling was also astonished. Someone had actually reached the same height as him? Who was it? He narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he saw a familiar figure and snorted coldly. It was ghostly. Thinking about it, only the other party could be compared to him. He took a closer look and realized that Ghostly only had these 3 heavenly thunder roars circling around him. This made him laugh. 3 heavenly thunder roars of the 6th layer of heaven were much weaker than his. Feeling Di Ling's mocking gaze, Ghostly's face darkened. Damn it, he was short of 2 heavenly thunder roars. He was really unwilling to accept it. If he had enough time, he would definitely continue to try, but he didn't dare to take the risk. Although this outcome made him unhappy, it was still within his expectations. Originally, among the 8 geniuses, he was ranked second only to Di Ling. Now, his results were also second to Di Ling. To him, it was still acceptable. Anyway, this was just the first round. At most, he would just have to wait for the next round. He would just have to go against the other party. You think that you can surpass me just because you hit a few heavenly thunder roars? You're too naive. Even if you hit a few heavenly thunder roars of the 9th layer of heaven, you're still not my opponent. Di Ling's voice rang out. He had already guessed that this would be the outcome. However, Ghostly was stunned. What did you say? What heavenly thunder roars? Weren't you the one who hit them? Below, Shi Sui Tiancheng, Shi Bufan, and the others were also stunned. Damn it, what was going on? It wasn't Di Ling? Then who was it? Was it Ghostly? Di Ling was also stunned. What did you say? I hit them. I didn't hit the heavenly thunder roars. Wasn't it you who did it? He had always thought that it was Ghostly, but looking at Ghostly's expression, it wasn't him. This scene caused an uproar. Heaven, what was going on? It wasn't Di Ling who hit the heavenly thunder roars. It wasn't Ghostly who hit the heavenly thunder roars. Then who was it? Heavens! Who was it? To hit 6 heavenly thunder roars. Could it be that there were several monsters in the 9th layer of heaven? For a moment, the crowd was discussing. In Shi Sui Sky City, Shi Bufan and the others were incomparably shocked. Ghostly and Di Ling, besides the initial shock, also sucked in a breath of cold air. Then their faces sank. They had always thought that it was the other party who hit the heavenly thunder roars. But now they realized that it wasn't. It wasn't the 2 of them, it was someone else. And this person was still in the 9th layer of heaven. Damn it, who was it? Who was it? Could it be that there was a hidden, peerless expert? Their eyes emitted a biting cold light, looking at the 9th layer of heaven, wanting to see through it. What was going on? Who was this expert? At this time, a few more figures flashed out. Among them, Yang Hao, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others also appeared. Their position was below Shi Sui Sky City, the position of the 4th layer of heaven. You came out. When Shi Sui Sky City saw Wang Xiaofeng, they also breathed a sigh of relief. But Wang Xiaofeng's face was incomparably dignified. She said, Shi Sui, something big happened. Someone hit the heavenly thunder roars, and it was several heavenly thunder roars. You don't need to say this, we know. Shi Bufan said in a deep voice. Shi Sui Tiancheng also nodded, we know. And now we know that it's not the mausoleum, it's not Goeli who made it. Damn it, who was it? I know who it was. Wang Xiaofeng said. What? You know, Shi Sui Sky City was stunned. Even Di Ling and Ghostly cast their gaze over. This gaze caused the illusory technique around Wang Xiaofeng to constantly shatter. Wang Xiaofeng felt a great pressure. Without others asking, he said that it was Lin Wudi who hit it. Lin Wudi, who was this? What an unfamiliar name. Those people were completely stunned, and the surrounding onlookers also stared with their eyes wide open. Wow, who dared to use the invincible name? Was he crazy? Could it be that there was an existence more terrifying than Di Ling? At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar and heated discussions once again. But Shi Bufan and Shi Sui Sky City's pupils shrank, and their faces became extremely frightened. Others did not know this name, but he knew that Lin Wuti had appeared in the small martial arts competition and easily defeated the two of them. At that time, the other party said that he would come to participate in Wushuang City's assessment, but until now they had not seen him. However, the other party really appeared. Then who was the other party? Why did they not recognize him? Chapter 36:51. The others were also puzzled. Who was so bold to use the name Invincible? He was too reckless. But soon, the news of the martial arts conference spread. It turned out that Lin Wuti had once sent Bufan flying with a punch, and he had easily defeated Shui Sky City, which shocked everyone. They knew how terrifying Shui Tianqin and Bufan were. There was actually someone who could win so easily. He was definitely a peerless genius, and it was said that he had won in the two strongest areas. If that was really the case, the other party was definitely not an arrogant person, but a heaven-defying expert. They were completely curious. Who was it? Who was this Lin Wuti? The people of Wushuang City also had strange expressions. That kid dared to use the name Invincible. He was really arrogant. Their expressions were incomparably strange. Only they knew who had struck out the nine-shade sky thunder. Gue, Li, and Di Ling were also stunned. There was actually such a terrifying person here. Previously, they had heard of Lin Wuti, but they did not care at that time. In their opinion, the matter was just exaggerated. In this world, who dared to call himself invincible? If Di Ling did not dare, who else would dare? But now this person had appeared again, and he was extremely powerful. Who was it? Who was that Lin Wuti? Tell me quickly. Di Ling's voice was loud, and his eyes were like the sun. It made Wang Xiaofeng uncomfortable. She was about to open her mouth to say something, but at that moment everyone was stunned. Di Ling did not care anymore. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the 9 heavens. Because the 7th 9 heavenly thunder had sounded, the world was filled with a roar, and it did not dissipate for a long time. Everyone was completely shocked. God, the 7th heavenly thunder. Could it be that Lin Wuti had struck it out? Everyone went crazy. There was silence between heaven and earth. Only the 9 heavenly thunder was circling. The people of Wushuang City were also stunned. Damn it, he had actually struck out 7. He had tied senior brother Fu's record. The elder from Wushuang City also sucked in a breath of cold air. Something big was about to happen. Forming a series of hand seals, Zhang Xian swiftly sent a message back to the headquarters of Wushuang City. Lin Wuti, it was Lin Wuti who did it. Heavens, he was too heaven-defying. Was he going to sweep through everything? 7 heavenly thunder, 9 sounds. This meant that he had already reached the 7th layer of heaven. He had already passed Di Mausoleum and Ghostly. Screams rang out one after another. Everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, someone had actually managed to surpass the Imperial Mausoleum. This was truly too inconceivable. Di Ling's face was incomparably gloomy. Damn it, damn it. He had never thought that someone would be able to surpass him. Even though Ghostly was on the same level as him, he still had 2 less heavenly thunder roars than him. But now, someone had boasted of reaching the 7th layer of heaven. This had completely surpassed him. Damn it, Lin Wuti. Di Ling gritted his teeth. He had never hated someone so much. His limelight had been completely stolen by the other party at this moment. He couldn't stand it. Could it be that guy? Ghostly frowned as he thought of someone. Not only him. Bufan and Shui Tianqing also thought of a figure in their minds. This was because they had personally witnessed someone unleashing the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. But at that time, they thought it was just a coincidence. But now, it seemed that it might not be the case. That person might be Lin Wuti. But how could it be? Lin Wuti? How could it be him? These people couldn't believe it at all. Now, they could only wait for the final result. Look at the person who had finally walked out. Who exactly was it? While the outside world was in an uproar in the 9th layer of heaven, Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu woke up again. They had attacked from the 6th layer of heaven. Among them, Lin Xian had easily broken through the 7th layer of heaven. Xin Jingqiu, on the other hand, had some difficulty. But in the end, with the help of her spiritual body of heaven and earth and her strong cultivation realm, she still managed to reach the 7th layer of heaven. In the 7th layer of heaven, Lin Xian unleashed the heavenly thunder 9 sounds again. He had only unleashed the heavenly thunder 6 sounds. A few days later, the two of them opened their eyes. "Qiu, let's go," Lin Xian said. Xin Jingqiu shook her head. "Brother Lin, I can already feel that I have reached my limit. I probably can't go any further." As a genius, her intuition was very accurate. Shen Jingqiu, on the other hand, was very spiritual. Hence, she knew that her limit should be the 7th layer of heaven. She didn't force it. She said, "Brother Lin, you are different from me. You should still be able to move forward. So go ahead and don't worry about me. Sure, I will wait outside for you to come back victorious." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. He could also see that Xin Jingqiu was already having a hard time reaching the 7th layer of heaven, thinking about the 8th layer of heaven. "Sure, go outside and wait for me." Chior wants to see Brother Lin reach the 8th layer of heaven with her own eyes. Shen Jingqiu lifted her small face. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. His expression was very serious. The 8th layer of heaven wasn't a game. He had to use all his strength to deal with it. The aura on his body was rising. He had already used his 9 yang, divine body, to the extreme. The aura of the 8th layer of heaven was too strong. Even with his divine body, he couldn't withstand it. Boom! The black Qilin tattoo on his body was activated. It covered his entire body. Only then did he manage to withstand the terrifying aura of the 8th layer of heaven. It was just the aura. He hadn't attacked yet. Once the battle started, the aura would be even more terrifying. The heavens and earth trembled. A terrifying aura spread out. Everyone in the entire star region felt a sense of oppression. They were terrified. "Damn it, what's going on?" Someone gasped. It seemed like someone was going to reach the 8th layer of heaven. "What? Are you saying that Lin Wudi can still reach the 8th layer of heaven? That's unbelievable." At this moment, everyone looked towards the 9th layer of heaven. They were all waiting. Can he succeed? The people of Wushuang City were also very nervous. Is this kid still going to try? Isn't this too heaven-defying? Is he going to break Senior Fu's record? No. Even if he reached the 8th layer of heaven, he wouldn't be able to break Senior Fu's record, unless he could hit the 8th heavenly thunder 9 sounds. However, if he reached the 8th layer of heaven, he would be tied with 2 records. These people were too shocked. Wushuang City had 2 records in the 9th layer of heaven. The first one was Fu Hongye's record of reaching the 7th layer of heaven. Moreover, he hit all 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. The second record was set by another person. This person was the first-generation disciple of Wushuang City, Linghu Chueshue. This person had reached the 8th layer of heaven and hit the 8th heavenly thunder 8 sounds. Fu Hongxiue was the record holder of the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. As for Linghu Chueshue, he had reached the highest 8th layer of heaven. These 2 people were the strongest in their respective fields. Now, Lin Xian had tied with Fu Hongye's 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. If he could reach the 8th layer of heaven, then he might tie the record of the highest layer of heaven. How could the people of Wushuang City not be excited? Chapter 3652. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Within the void a formation appeared, following which a figure walked out of it. The appearance of the figure made many people confused. Did someone teleport here? Who is it? The few people from Peerless City were shocked. Senior Brother Fu, you're here personally. The person who had come was none other than Fu Hongye. He had also come. I heard that someone tied my record and is trying to break through to the 8th heaven. He was really surprised. It was already incredible to be able to produce the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. It's that kid. The people from Peerless City pointed at the array. Only they could see the array formation. Fu Hongye looked through the array formation. and in the next moment he was stunned. It's him. He was surprised and said, Interesting. I didn't misjudge him. Senior brother, do you know this kid? The few people from Peerless City were shocked. Even the elder said, Hongya, what's going on? Elder, do you remember that I said I met an interesting kid in the first astral realm? It's him. You're talking about that kid. The elder from Peerless City was shocked. He had heard that there was a strong person in the first astral realm who fought with the Sky Prides from Sky Thunder City and was not at a disadvantage. They were shocked. Therefore, they were curious. If such a person could join Peerless City, it would be great for them. They did not expect it to be this kid in front of them. This kid is called Lin Wudi. Isn't he too arrogant? The people from Peerless City were shocked. Hearing this, Fu Hongya laughed. Lin Wudi? That's right. It's him. You guys don't know that this name is famous in the first astral realm. Just wait and see. He will cause a storm in the second astral realm. A smile appeared on Fu Hongya's face, as Lin Xian was someone he had high hopes for. But could he enter the 8th heaven? He was not confident, because he did not even manage to enter the 8th heaven back then. The 7th heaven. Lin Xian's aura was getting stronger, and the energy from the 8th heaven was getting more and more terrifying. Shen Jingqiu had already retreated to the edge of the 7th heaven. The force in the sky was too much for her to bear. At this time, Lin Xian made his move. He raised his hand, and a sword energy shot out like a divine sword, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! The pressure of the 8th heaven also poured down. It was as if a real sky was pressing down. The two collided, releasing an incomparable aura. The sword qi was sent flying, but Lin Xian did not stop at all. Instead, he continued to attack. The sword qi flew out and turned into a huge dragon. It roared at the sky with an extremely powerful roar. The black Qilin tattoo on his body let out a roar. The battle erupted. Lin Xian made a powerful move, and he felt an immense pressure. This pressure was even more terrifying than that of the 7th heaven clans. Outside, energy filled the air and the 9 heavens trembled. Everyone knew that the people inside were starting to attack. They held their breath. He waited nervously. Do you think that Lin Wudi will succeed? It shouldn't be possible. Yes, it was already heaven-defying for him to hit 7 heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. It was said that he had tied a record. Moreover, it was said that in the entire Wushuang city, only one of the 2 generations of disciples had successfully stepped into the 8th heaven. That was the first generation's eldest disciple, Linghu Chueshua. Other than him, no one else could do it. Everyone was excited. They felt that it was really worth it to be able to come this time. They did not expect to see such an amazing feat. It was estimated that they would not see it even once in a few thousand years. Dealing and the others looked gloomy, especially Dealing. He was clenching his teeth. Damn it, he can't succeed. He can't succeed. He really could not bear it. Someone had surpassed him, and now he was going to step into the 8th heaven. He prayed in his heart that he could not succeed. At the 7th heaven, Shen Jingqiu was also extremely nervous, because at this moment the battle was white hot, but Lin Xian still had not broken through the 8th heaven. It was really unbelievable. One should know that before this, Lin Xian could break through the 8th heaven with a single punch. Now, after fighting for so long, he still could not break through. It was really unbelievable. Boom! Lin Xian waved his palm, and the 5 elements law transformed into a giant dragon that rushed into the sky. The 8th heaven kept shaking, but it did not break. Instead, a divine chain hung down, wanting to pierce through Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed, and the Kuan Peng movement technique was displayed to the extreme. Damn it, if this is the case, I can only use that thing. His expression was incomparably solemn. It would be difficult to tear through the 8th heaven with ordinary means. Then he could only use the Emperor weapon to attack. In the 9th heaven, the use of sacred weapons was not allowed, so he could not use the Great Destruction Spear or the Great Sage Tower. He could only rely on his own strength. He had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which could evolve everything. He immediately prepared to evolve the Emperor weapon. He had seen a few Emperor weapons, such as the Dragon's Thousand Dragons diagram, Jade Lake's Desolate Tower, and even the Hongwu Emperor's Hidden Immortal Tower. Lin Xian was ready to evolve the Hidden Immortal Tower. He waved his palm, and with a long roar, the 9-yang divine body exploded, and the Qilin tattoo kept roaring. The 5 elements, law rushed out. The great dragon, sword soul in his body, kept circulating. He waved his palm and wanted to form the hidden immortal tower in the 8th heaven, and then break through the barrier from the 8th heaven. The great dragon, sword soul, could evolve everything. At this moment, it really formed an ancient pagoda in the 8th heaven, which could kill immortals and gods. The pagoda was too terrifying, and once it appeared, the entire 9th heaven shook again. The people outside were completely stunned. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that someone really used a sacred weapon? The aura was too terrifying, and the eyes of the Wushuang city's envoys were filled with cold light. Fu Hongye was shocked, and the old man was even more shocked. Through the formation, they could naturally see that there was no one in the 8th heaven. But a pagoda appeared, and the aura made their hair stand on end. Was that a sacred weapon? Damn it, why would a sacred weapon appear? The disciples of Wushuang City screamed. However, the old man and Fu Hongye looked solemn. Fu Hongye said that it was not a sacred weapon. It should be a sacred ability, right? That's right, the old man also nodded. It was something created by sacred ability, and it did not violate our rules. No way his sacred ability could produce such a terrifying aura. What kind of sacred ability was that? The disciples could not believe what they had just heard. They were disciples of the sacred city, and they had seen everything, but they had never heard of someone with such a heaven-defying skill. However, the old man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He said, "If I'm not wrong, he should be creating an imperial weapon. Imperial weapon. An extreme weapon. This kid could actually create an extreme weapon. Could it be that he had seen it before? These people were crazy." 5th update, please recommend. Monthly votes. Subscribe. Bookmark. Tip. Chapter 3653. That was an apex weapon. They had never seen one before. Not to mention them, even the 2nd astral realm did not have one. How could someone from the 1st astral realm have seen such a thing? Don't underestimate the 1st astral realm. Fu Hongye said in a deep voice, "Haven't you heard of the origin star? Are you saying that the origin star really exists?" Everyone was shocked. It definitely exists, and it should be in the 1st astral realm. Not everyone could go there, as it was very dangerous. The elders' expression was also solemn. They were from the sacred city and were knowledgeable. Although the 1st astral realm was not as powerful as their 2nd astral realm, some places were like forbidden lands. Even a sage king would not dare to go there easily. Other than some forbidden lands, there were 2 places that were the most mysterious and terrifying in the universe. One was the origin star, and the other was the buried emperor star. One was the starting point, and the other was the end. These 2 worlds also had the most monarch clans, and they also had the most extreme Dao weapons. The monarch races gasped when they heard that. It seemed that the 1st astral realm was much more mysterious than they had imagined. They wondered if Lin Wuti had anything to do with the origin star. In the 8th heaven, the hidden immortal pagoda suddenly fell and attacked fiercely after it appeared. The 8th heaven rolled and trembled. Once, twice. On the 19th time, it finally blasted open the 8th heaven, and a crack appeared. That's great. Lin Xian roared and shot into the sky, entering the fissure. "Big brother Lin, you can do it. I'll wait for you outside." Xun Jingqiu called out to him, and then her figure disappeared from the 7th heaven. Boom! 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 The people of Wushuang City were stunned. That kid actually went in. Oh God, is he going to tie the record again? At this moment, even Fu Hongye was surprised. That kid really had many tricks up his sleeve. The surrounding onlookers were even more shocked. Did Lin Wuti really go in? Or did he fail? Impossible, he definitely could not succeed. The imperial mausoleum roared crazily. In the next moment, he felt a fluctuation in the void above his head, and then a figure appeared. He came out. Someone had come out. And from the looks of it, it was above the imperial mausoleum. It should be that Lin Moody. He should have failed. Screams rang out one after another. They looked over carefully. Di Ling and the others looked up into the sky. In the next moment, they saw a figure appear above them. The other party was standing on an auspicious cloud and had an extremely beautiful appearance. A woman. It was Shen Jingqiu, the saintess of the spirit clan. Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew Shen Jingqiu. Had he already ascended to the 7th layer of heaven? Could it be that he was Lin Moody? No, the other party was definitely not Lin Moody. Lin Moody was still inside and had not come out. Heavens! Everyone screamed. Di Ling's face darkened. Someone had stepped on his head, and it wasn't just one person. Not to mention Lin Moody. Just Shen Jingqiu's ascension to the 7th layer of heaven was enough to make him explode. As one of the 8 heavenly prides, he had never put Shen Jingqiu in his eyes. But now, the other party had surpassed him. Gui Li, Shi Sui, Tian Chen, and the others were also stunned. After Shen Jingqiu came out, she was also speechless. She was now the highest. Di Ling had only ascended to the 6th layer of heaven. This made her extremely surprised. Then she smiled happily. Humph! What Di Ling? He was completely incomparable to Brother Lin. Dang! At this moment, a sound attracted everyone's attention. Listen, there was a sound. Lin Moody really did not come out. He had ascended to the 8th layer of heaven. Screams rang out one after another. Di Ling and the others' heads were about to explode. The 8th layer of heaven. The other party had ascended to the 8th layer of heaven. Damn it! Damn it! 1, 2, 3. Did the other party only make 3 sounds? It seemed that the 8th layer of heaven was indeed too difficult. Even someone as strong as Lin Moody could only make 3 sounds. It seemed that he was still lacking compared to senior brother Linghu Chueshua. The people from Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Hongya's eyes lit up. Don't worry, this was just the beginning. That kid would not give up so easily. Sure enough, after the 3rd sound, it was the 5th sound, followed by the 7th sound. At this moment, everyone was nervous. Could the other party make the perfect 9 heavenly thunder sounds again? After the 7th sound, there was no sound, which made everyone stunned. Could it be that this was the end? The elder from Wushuang City sighed. It was a pity. He was only 1 sound away from tying with Linghu Chueshua's record. He should have reached his limit. Fu Hongya sighed. However, at this moment, there were continuous rumbles between heaven and earth. Thunder struck the 9th layer of heaven as if it was going to shatter the 9th layer of heaven. What's going on? Where did the thunder come from? It was a lightning tribulation. Some of the older experts screamed. Someone had broken through in the 9th layer of heaven. What? Did he break through? Who could be so monstrous? They were extremely surprised. Di Ling and the others were also envious. Although comprehending the heavenly thunder sounds had improved their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth and gave them a new understanding, their current strength had also improved compared to when they first entered. However, none of them had broken through. That was because it was not that easy to break through at this point. But now, someone had broken through. That was too heaven-defying. It was Lin Moody. He had broken through. The people from Wushuang City looked at the array formation and were dumbfounded. Indeed, in the 8th layer of heaven, countless thunder fell, striking Lin Xian's body until his skin was charred black and his flesh was torn. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked up to the sky and laughed. That was great. He had broken through the 9 heavenly thunder sounds all the way and finally broke through at this moment. Come on. Lin Xian fought a bloody battle. In the end, his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 2nd layer of heaven. The process lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Everyone waited patiently. The lightning tribulation in the sky disappeared. Everyone's eyes lit up. Was the breakthrough over? They wondered who it was. Was it Lin Wuti? What realm was he at now? Everyone was curious. Boom! Between heaven and earth, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. 9 heavenly thunder sounds. The 8th 9 heavenly thunder sounds was struck. Everyone was going crazy. At that moment, they witnessed a miracle. The people from Wushuang City were even more dumbfounded. Someone had broken Linghu Chuexiue's record. At the same time, he had also broken Fu Hongye's record. That was because Lin Wuti continuously reached the 8th layer and struck 8-9 heavenly thunder sounds in the sky. That was equivalent to a new record for Wushuang City. At that moment, everyone was in an uproar. They sent the news back to Wushuang City. Wushuang City was also in a state of shock. Yet another figure had arrived. Chapter 3654. It was a man in snow-white robes. He had a small mustache and gave off a mature feeling. He was the eldest disciple of the first generation. His name was Linghu Chuexiue, senior brother. When the people of Peerless City saw him, they all bowed. Even Fu Hongye bowed. Did someone break our record? Linghu Chuexiue was shocked as he looked at the 9th heaven. The next moment, he took a deep breath. This kid is so strong. It seems that this time, Peerless City will welcome a new monster. Lin Xian's breakthrough and the 8 heavenly thunder 9 sounds he unleashed had completely shocked everyone. They all knew that a new monster was about to appear, but they were very curious about who it was. That kid should be coming out soon. Yes, he has already reached the 8th heaven. He probably won't be able to break through the 9th heaven. Legend has it that no one can break through it. Even the eldest disciple of Peerless City couldn't break through it. He shouldn't be able to reach the 9th heaven either. Everyone was discussing intensely. They felt that it was about time for him to appear. The people of Peerless City also said, "Senior brother, do you think he can reach the 9th heaven?" When they asked this, their faces were full of anticipation. Fu Hongye's eyes flickered. Linghu Chuexiue also frowned slightly and said, "It's not certain. I've never seen anyone who can break my and junior brother Fu's record. Now that such a person has appeared, he might really be able to break it." Break the legend? Does senior brother Linghu think he can reach the 9th heaven? The people of Peerless City were really shocked. Fu Hongye also nodded. It's possible that the 9th heaven isn't just a competition of strength, but more of the comprehension of the laws. This kid can produce 8 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. His comprehension of the laws is far beyond others. Therefore, he's really hopeful. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards the 9th heaven. At the 8th heaven, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and began to thoroughly comprehend. After 49 days, he opened his eyes. Then he raised his head and looked at the 9th heaven. There was only one last heaven left. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't shrink back. No matter what, he would give it his all. In the 8th layer of heaven, he felt that his laws had become stronger, and the speed of this increase was very fast. It was much faster than the previous few heavens. Therefore, he thought that if he could step onto the last layer of heaven, then he might be able to break through again. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by for him. If he missed this opportunity, there would be too many men for him to break through in other places. His figure exploded as he charged into the 9 heavens. It collided with the 9 heavens. Sword Qi rumbled all over his body, and the roar of the Qilin also appeared. Countless divine chains of laws hung down from the 9th heaven, releasing billions of rays of light. It was dazzling. The two collided, releasing a sonorous sound. A terrifying explosion of power shook the 9 heavens. The people outside all held their breaths. They knew that Lin Wuti was trying to break through to the final heavenly layer. At this moment, the vast majority of people hoped that Lin Wuti would succeed, because they wanted to witness a legend. However, there were also a portion of people who were gnashing their teeth and praying in their hearts. Damn it, no, he must not succeed. Among them were Gue Li, Di Ling, and the others. They did not want him to succeed even if they were beaten to death. because if he succeeded, then he would be a legend of that time. In the ninth heaven, Lin Xian was sent flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The impact here was too strong. Even he couldn't bear it. However, he wouldn't let go. With a furious roar, the dragon's sword soul in his body surged crazily, and the dragon-shaped sword chi slashed in all directions. He rushed up again. The laws of the 9 heavens became even more resplendent. It was as if immortal light was constantly sweeping across. The two collided. Every strike was earth-shattering. The people of Peerless City felt their scalps go numb. This kid was really too terrifying. He could actually reach such a level. Fu Hongye and Linghu Chueshua also had solemn expressions. It was too forced. With Lin Xian's current state, he might not be able to break through. However, Lin Xian still had a trump card. With a wave of his hand, the phantom of the hidden immortal pagoda appeared and began to bombard from above. He also condensed the 10,000 dragons picture and attacked from below. The phantoms of the two extreme weapons bloomed with billions of rays of light, and a powerful aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! Boom! This battle was earth-shattering. It had been 4 days and 4 nights, but Lin Xian still had not broken through. His body was covered in wounds, and his body was already broken. However, his eyes were shining brighter. Kill! Lin Xian roared crazily. The sword chi on his body rushed out, completely enveloping the entire 8th heaven. At this moment, nothing could be seen. Even the people of Peerless City could not see through the array. They could only see a golden light, and they could not see Lin Xian's figure at all. It seemed that it was really too forced. Those people shook their heads. It had been 4 days and 4 nights, and he still had not broken through. This was probably that kid's limit. The spectators, further away, were also discussing. He was still 1 step away. There was no other way. The 9th heaven was a mythical existence. There was definitely no one who could reach it. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, it was impossible for him to reach it. Yes, he was already very heaven-defying now. He had broken 2 of Peerless City's records. Everyone felt that Lin Xian had stopped here. Di Ling, Gui Li, and the others snorted coldly. Although they were still very unhappy, they knew that the other party had stopped and could not enter the last heaven. A sense of schadenfreude appeared in their hearts. Buzz! At the 8th heaven, Lin Xian used sword chi to envelop the entire space. Then, he summoned the great dragon sword soul. On his hands, the laws of the 5 elements revolved. He held the great dragon sword soul, and an incomparable light burst out from his eyes. Explode! At this moment, he did not hold back at all. The great dragon's sword soul kept rumbling, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, and began to explode. The green sword shadow rumbled between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out. Damn it, what was that? Everyone went crazy. The people of Peerless City were also terrified. That kid, did he summon another extreme weapon? Why was it so terrifying this time? Damn it, a golden light was sent flying. They could not see what he was doing at all. He probably did it on purpose. Linghu Chueshua took a deep breath. This aura? Impossible, that kid actually had trump card? Gui Li and the others' faces changed drastically. Shi Sui, Tianqin, Shi Bufan, and the others were shocked. This power was really too strong. Previously, they were still unconvinced. They thought that they were careless last time and wanted to compete with Lin Wudi again. But now it seemed they did not lose unjustly. The other party's methods were too shocking. Even if they fought with the other party again, they were afraid that they would not be his opponent. At this moment, the people who stayed in the 9th heaven were even more terrified. They trembled, kneeled on the ground, and kept worshipping, thinking that a god had come out. Chapter 36:55. Yu Qinya was still in the 4th layer. His face was filled with despair as he was awakened by the sudden surge of energy. Damn it! Why is this energy so strong? Who is this person? Yu Qinya was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword spirit in his hand and split the sky open. At this moment, an unparalleled power exploded. At this moment, everyone thought that the end of the world had arrived. The rumbling between heaven and earth lasted for a few days before it gradually subsided. At the same time, they were all excited. Did Lin Wuyi succeed? Did he enter the last layer of heaven? Peerless cities, people stared at their ray. In the next moment, someone screamed. He really went in. In the 9th layer of heaven, in the originally empty space, a figure suddenly appeared. This person's body was covered in cracks and blood flowed out, but his eyes were incomparably cold and bright. It was Lin Xian. He actually went in. Peerless cities, people were stunned. He's really an unbelievable kid. Fu Hongya was also shocked. Although he thought highly of Lin Xian, he did not expect Lin Xian to have such potential. This was completely out of his expectations. On the other side, Linghu Chueshua sucked in a breath of cold air. He was the only one who reached the 8th layer of heaven. He also tried to break through to the 9th layer. However, he failed. He naturally knew how terrifying the 9th layer of heaven was. It was not only a matter of strength, it also represented something else. Therefore, no one could enter it. But now, someone had actually succeeded. Looks like I won't be lonely in the future. A top monster has finally appeared on the ancient path of the stars. On the other side, Diling, Gueli, and the others were going crazy. He succeeded. How is this possible? They could not believe it, they could not accept it. They did not expect that there would be such a heaven-defying person by their side. In Stillwater Sky City, Shibu Fan, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others were also shocked. Now, they no longer had any hostility. Instead, it was replaced by fear. Isn't it courting death to make an enemy out of such a person? Xun Jingqiu narrowed his crescent-shaped eyes. He was really happy. Big Brother Lin is really awesome. So this is the 9 heavens. I'm really curious. In the 9th layer of heaven, Lin Xian appeared. He felt the aura around him and was incomparably shocked. This kind of aura was very strange, and it couldn't be described with words. Lin Xian felt very comfortable here. It was as if the world had just been born. For a moment, he fell into an epiphany. Half a month later, he opened his eyes. So this was what he looked like. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he now completely understood some parts of the laws that he didn't understand. He had undergone a sublimation. Then he began to walk in the void. Every time he landed, a golden lotus would rise from under his feet. This was the golden lotus of the Great Path. It was a manifestation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If anyone else was here and saw this scene, they would definitely be so shocked that they would piss their pants. Lin Xian's comprehension of laws had actually reached such a level. Every step he took was accompanied by the sound of heavenly thunder. After 9 steps, 9 to 10 sounds of heavenly thunder rang out, circling the world. At the same time, a leaf floated over from the sky and landed in front of Lin Xian. The aura on the leaf was really too mysterious. It made Lin Xian feel all the pores on his body open. This was the leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea. He was stunned. Tao Comprehension Tea was said to be a divine tree between heaven and earth. The leaves of Tao Comprehension Tea contain the great Tao of heaven and earth. If one could obtain it, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Rumor had it that only great emperors could find the true Tao Comprehension Tea. It was very difficult to find the rest. They could only obtain 1 or 2 leaves of Tao Comprehension Tea from ancient ruins or some forbidden grounds. He didn't expect that he would actually obtain a leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea in the 9 heavens. This was great. He placed the leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea between his eyebrows, sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend. The people outside were also crazy. The sound of heavenly thunder rang out again, and there were 9 sounds. Not only did the other party enter the 9th layer of heaven, but he also struck out the 9th heavenly thunder 9 sounds. This was a kind of perfection. No one could do better than the other party. This was already a kind of extreme. Everyone was amazed. What kind of monster was this? Even the great emperors of ancient times were not like this when they were young. Everyone was extremely surprised by this. They didn't expect that this time they would actually see such a heaven-defying youth. They were afraid that when the other party grew up in the future, it was very likely that he would become a great emperor. All kinds of envious voices rang out. After the other geniuses heard it, their scalps went numb, and their faces were full of envy. The charm of the great emperors of ancient times, it was really too enviable. At the same time, they also had a kind of despair. It was the greatest misfortune to be born in the same era as such a monster. They were afraid that they would be suppressed by the other party for the rest of their lives. Damn it, how could it be? Ghostly gritted his teeth, and his eyes were about to pop out. On the other side, Diling's face was also incomparably pale. The quality of the great emperors of ancient times, the other party was not qualified at all. His eyes burst with a biting, cold-killing intent. Kill the other party. He must take advantage of this opportunity to kill the other party. No one could surpass him. The fire of jealousy in his heart burned fiercely. On the other side, the people of Peerless City were also stunned. They really didn't expect that the other party not only broke 2 records, but also a new record. This record was probably the ultimate record. No one in the future could surpass it. At most, it would be a tie. This guy was too monstrous. The corners of the mouths of the disciples of Peerless City twitched. The elder's face was also full of shock. "Junior brother, what do you think?" Linghu Chueshua asked. Fu Hongye's eyes burst with an incomparably shocking light. His current strength might not be as good as ours, but his talent is really too strong. He's so strong that I've never seen it before. That's right. Linghu Chueshua also sighed. I've never admired anyone in the younger generation, but now I actually have a trace of admiration for him. What kind of storm do you think he can stir up if he goes to the Three Lives Temple? The second astral realm has been peaceful for too long. Even if some geniuses rise up, they can't threaten those people. However, this time I think this Lin Wudi can disrupt the balance. Perhaps there will be a big reshuffle among the holy cities. The 2 brilliant powerhouses were also shocked by Lin Xian's performance. Next, everyone waited patiently. They originally thought that the other party would come out soon, but they didn't expect that they would wait for half a year. It was unbelievable. Did the other party meditate for so long? However, they could still afford to wait for half a year. The onlookers all wanted to know who Lin Wudi was, so they waited patiently. The geniuses who had already succeeded couldn't leave. They were still waiting to enter the next stage. During this time, everyone in 9th heaven came out. When they learned that there was still one person who hadn't come out, their faces were full of shock. Chapter 3656. After Yu Qinya came out, his face was gloomy and cold. At this moment, he had recovered from his mental breakdown. He also knew that his mentality had collapsed, so now he was working hard to regain his self-confidence. Otherwise, he was afraid that in the future he would be even worse. When he looked up, he saw Di Ling and the others standing far above him. 6th heaven. This Di Ling was really too strong. Wait, why was there someone above Di Ling? Yu Qinya went crazy again. He had collapsed before and did not know what happened. In his opinion, Di Ling should be the strongest. But now, there was someone above Di Ling. Who was it? Damn it, it was the holy maiden of the spirit clan, Shen Jingqiu. How was this possible? He knew Shen Jingqiu's strength should be on par with him, or even worse. But now, Shen Jingqiu was actually standing in the 7th heaven. Damn it, what happened? His face was full of shock. Where's that pretty boy? Where's that damned guy beside Shen Jingqiu? He looked carefully and found that there was only Shen Jingqiu in the 7th heaven. He breathed a sigh of relief. He knew it, that pretty boy. How could he be so powerful? However, the other party had entered the 5th heaven, which was also unbearable. Under Yu Qinya's gaze, he subconsciously looked towards the 5th layer of heaven. He saw Shui, Tiancheng, Sherbufan, and a few others. But there was no sign of Lin Xian. How was it possible? Could it be that kid? He was shocked, but he found that there were only 2 people in the 6th heaven, Diling and Guili. Where was that kid? Could it be that he died in there? He was really too surprised. He looked around and still did not find any trace of the other party. Could it be that the kid was eliminated? Thinking of this, he was so excited that he was about to cry. That's great. That brat was still showing off. Now he's finally eliminated, right? At this time, the person next to him said, "Oh, that Lin Wudy is still not out. What is he doing inside? He should still be comprehending. Really enviable. What? There is still someone not out." Yu Qinya instantly became nervous. It seemed that there was still someone in the 9th heaven. Who was it? Could it be that brat? For some reason, Lin Xian's figure appeared in his mind. Impossible! He roared madly in his heart. It was definitely not that kid. According to the discussions of the people around, the one who stayed inside was a top genius, someone who had surpassed the imperial mausoleum. Now he had stepped into the 9th heavenly layer. Such a person was truly dazzling. He had the bearing of an ancient great emperor. How could such a person be that gigolo? However, Lin Xian was no longer around, which made him uneasy. Just like that, he waited for several months. Finally, on this day, the world changed once again. Thunder once again poured down from the 9 heavens. This time, it was even more violent than before. Did he break through again? Everyone was in an uproar. They had already seen this kind of appearance once before. Damn it, this Lin Wudy. In half a year, he still wanted to break through. Everyone went crazy. The mouths of the people from Peerless City twitched. Imperial Mausoleum's people were so jealous that they almost fainted. Damn it, this was not a cabbage breaking through. This was a breakthrough in the Sage realm. How difficult was it to break through a small realm? Everyone here had a deep understanding of it. Previously, Lin Xian had broken through once inside, which made them extremely envious, but now he had broken through again. It had only been half a year. They had never heard of a sage who could break through twice in half a year. It was simply amazing. Even Fu Hongye and Linghu Chueshua had strange looks in their eyes. Wasn't he too monstrous? This time, the lightning tribulation was very violent, and it lasted for more than 10 days. Just when everyone thought that it was about to subside, the lightning tribulation suddenly exploded even more violently, making everyone's scalp tingle. What was Lin Wudy doing inside? He was going to be struck by lightning twice. Imperial Mausoleum gritted his teeth in his heart. Damn it, it would be best if you were struck to death. After another half a month, the sky full of thunder finally disappeared, and a figure walked out of the 9th heaven. "He's out!" someone shouted. At that moment, countless sages turned their gazes towards the sky. The surrounding powerhouses, the sky prides who had already passed Imperial Mausoleum, Gili, Sherbufan, and the others, as well as the people from Peerless City, all had their eyes on a single person. It was him. Everyone was stunned. Was he Lin Wudy? Impossible. Wasn't he a gigolo who lived off a woman? Damn it, how could he be Lin Wudy? Screams of terror rang out one after another. At this moment, other than the people from Peerless City, everyone else was screaming, because they finally saw Lin Wudy's figure. Lin Wudy was actually the person next to Shen Jingqiu. He was actually Shen Jingqiu's husband. This was too unbelievable. Wasn't Shen Jingqiu's husband a gigolo, an early stage, second heaven sage? It was said that he was an ant from the first astral realm. How could he be such a monstrous genius? They couldn't believe it. But now he was standing above the 9th heaven, looking down on them. They had no choice but to accept this fact. It was him. It was actually him. Sherbufan, Shui, Tianchen, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that the person who defeated them was actually Shen Jingqiu's husband. It was actually this kid. Gili and Imperial Mausoleum were stunned too. Previously, they looked at Lin Xian with disdain. They thought that he was an ant, but now he was standing on top of their heads, looking down on them like a god. They couldn't accept this kind of psychological difference. Damn it, they vomited blood. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the other party was a second heaven sage. A second heaven sage was actually able to break the legend. They were going crazy with jealousy. Yu Qinya was even more scared. How could it be this person? He was most familiar with Lin Xian, because Lin Xian was someone their Yu clan wanted to kill. Previously, when Lin Xian escorted Yu Siki back, their Yu clan didn't put him in their eyes at all. They even wanted to kill him mercilessly. Now, not only was he still alive, he had become a monstrous genius that attracted the attention of the world. Could it be that the previous 9 Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds were all from him? Yu Qinya spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He was so angry. He was really going to die from anger. If he wasn't a sage, he would have been angered to the 18th level of hell. Brother Lin really succeeded. Xin Jingqiu was filled with endless joy. Brother Lin actually broke through to the 3rd heaven sage. Suddenly, Xin Jingqiu exclaimed. She realized that Lin Xian wasn't a 2nd heaven sage, but a 3rd heaven sage. It was too unbelievable. The others also noticed this point and were dumbfounded. Why do I remember that when this kid just entered the 9th heaven, he was a 2nd heaven sage? Yes, and a 3rd heaven sage. After half a year, he came out and was a 3rd heaven sage. Damn it, in less than a year, he broke through a big realm. Everyone was going crazy. Chapter 36:57. Thinking of this, the sage's eyes turned red. One had to know that they might not even be able to break through a small realm in a few hundred years. Some were even stuck for thousands of years. To break through a realm, it might not even be possible in a few thousand years. But now, Lin Fan had done it in a year. It was unbelievable. Even the top 8 geniuses could not believe it. As the top 8 geniuses, they had strong bloodlines and were supported by big families. But even so, it was impossible for them to break through a realm in a year. Like Yu Qinya, he had spent a lot of effort and resources to achieve it, and he had only broken through a small realm. But now, Lin Fan had broken through a realm in a year. Even the geniuses of the Holy City wouldn't be able to do that. Some of the older generation were also amazed. Lin Fan had broken through 2 realms in the 9th heaven. No wonder the lightning tribulation suddenly went berserk when it was about to disappear. That's right, Lin Xian had broken through 2 realms in a row and finally became a 3rd heaven sage. He had a confident smile on his face as he looked around. This was great. This time, not to mention whether he could become a disciple of the Holy City. Just this breakthrough alone was enough to make him ecstatic. After becoming a 3rd heaven sage, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. He looked down, and when he saw Di Ling and Gui Li, his lips curled into a disdainful smile. If these 2 people made him wary before, he would have to deal with them with all his might. But now he did not take them to heart. Damn it. Di Ling and Gui Li saw Lin Xian's expression, and their faces darkened. They were actually looked down on by him. This was infuriating. At this time, the elder from Wushuang City stood up and said loudly, "All right, the first round of the test is over. Everyone who has successfully reached the 9th heaven, follow me. You will proceed to the next round of the test." After saying that, those who had succeeded rose into the air and flew forward quickly. Xin Jingqiu was the first to come to Lin Xian's side, and her eyes were sparkling. "Big Brother Lin, you're so cool." Di Ling, Gui Li, and the rest also came over. They looked at Lin Xian, and their eyes were filled with cold light. "Brat, don't be complacent. Don't be too arrogant. The 9 heavens is not all about strength. Otherwise, do you think you can reach the top?" "That's right. That's what I wanted to say as well. Your good days are over, because you have already angered me, and no one can step on my head. You can't do it either." Di Ling looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. "In the 2nd stage, I will let you know what true strength is. Don't think that just because you've comprehended some laws, you can compare to me. You're still far from it. The onlookers in the distance were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Heaven, Ghostly, and D-Ling were all eyeing this kid. The second stage would be even more intense. That was for sure. The first stage tested one's talent, bloodline, and comprehension of the great Tao. He let that kid take the lead. But if they really fought, that brat was absolutely not D-Ling's match. D-Ling had many trump cards in his hands, not to mention the sacred weapon. He had a bronze coffin hidden in his body. Once that thing came out, how could that brat block it? Indeed, if it was a duel, no one thought that Lin Xian could defeat D-Ling. Jillian could not even defeat Ghostly. After all, Ghostly also had a sacred weapon. At this time, Yu Qinya also jumped out. He also laughed sinisterly. Brat, I won't let you off either. In a real fight, you're also not my match. He was really mad. Previously, the other party made him collapse and despair. Only now did he recover. He swore that as long as there was a chance, he would not hesitate to kill the other party. The other party was now a third heaven saint, but he was still a realm lower than him. It seemed that this brat had offended many people. Fu Hongyan narrowed his eyes. Linghu Chueshua laughed. No matter, competition is a good thing. Bring them to the next stage. As he said that, the surrounding Wushuang city disciples quickly came to the void and each took a side. Their palms formed a seal and they formed a teleportation array. They brought these people and disappeared into the sky. Did they leave? The onlookers below were in an uproar. It seemed that the second stage was not held here. It was held somewhere else. They could not watch anymore. However, these people did not leave. They all set up camp. They wanted to wait until the final result was out. After all, the result was very important to every force and family. After the array flickered and the light disappeared, Lin Xian and the others found that they had already arrived at another place. There were buildings and streets all around. It seemed that they had arrived at a city. Someone screamed. Could it be that they had already arrived at Wushuang City? That's right. A Wushuang City disciple said that they had indeed arrived at Wushuang City. Then he briefly explained Wushuang City. After hearing that, the others were shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. A holy city was as big as 2 worlds. It was really shocking. Not only that, there were countless subsidiary worlds under Wushuang City. It was very enviable. In this assessment, we will accept 3 types of disciples. The best are the core disciples. There are not many of them, a total of 72 people. The quota is fixed. Therefore, you can only become a core disciple if you fight for the top 72. The treatment of the core disciples is very good. It is definitely not inferior to the patriarchs and sect masters of the outside world. Moreover, it is the most central power of Wushuang City. The direct disciples of the Holy King will be selected from the core disciples. This time, the first place will be taken by the eldest disciple. He is the one with the highest status among the third-generation disciples. He is also the one who is most likely to become a direct disciple. If you have the strength, try your best. Don't miss this opportunity. Below the core disciples are the ordinary disciples. Their treatment is not as good as the core disciples, but it is better than the elders of the outside world. Don't worry. Hearing that, countless people's eyes lit up. The forces of the outside world, such as the Rain Clan, were all big families. However, it was still not comparable to the treatment of the Rain Clan's elders in Wushuang City. One could imagine how terrifying Wushuang City's strength was. It was no wonder that so many big families wanted to send their disciples in. Of course, not everyone could become an ordinary disciple. If they failed the second assessment, they could only become a nominal disciple. Nominal disciples were not real disciples of the holy city. They had to be assessed again in a few months. As long as they passed the assessment, they could be promoted to an ordinary disciple. If they failed the assessment 3 times, they would completely lose their qualification and leave the holy city. Hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, there was the danger of being eliminated. They thought that after passing the first assessment and ascending to the first layer of heaven, they could become an ordinary disciple. Who would have thought that it was not so simple? Chapter 3658. This time, Wushuang City's assessment had gathered the elites of countless worlds. There were about a few 100 million people participating, and only about 10,000 people could step into the first heaven. Among these 10,000 people, only 72 of them were core disciples. It was uncertain how many ordinary disciples there would be left. Moreover, there could be vacancies among the core disciples. For example, if only 30 people met the requirement, then there would only be 30 core disciples. The remaining positions would all be empty and would not be inherited by the weak. It was that cruel. I wonder what the second round is about. Shirbufan asked. Everyone else was curious as well. After saying so much, they were most concerned about what the second round was about. Wushuang City doesn't care about your current cultivation level or strength. What we care about is your talent. This includes innate talent, such as bloodline and physique. There are also some acquired talents, such as strong will, comprehension of special laws, and comprehension of the great Tao. As long as you are a genius, we will accept you. Therefore, the second round is still about you. We will bring you to a place called the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. It is a very special place. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion is a world of laws created by the Sage King. Inside, your cultivation level will be suppressed, and you will be suppressed to the first heaven. Everyone will be suppressed to the first heaven of the Sage King to ensure fairness. Moreover, you will not be able to use your own divine powers. You can only use the martial arts in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. This way, we will test your talent and see who can cultivate the divine powers the best in the same amount of time. The second round is actually like this. Everyone gasped. They originally thought that they would have to fight in the arena. They didn't expect that it would be so special that they would go to the small world created by the Sage King. There were a total of 12 heavenly steels, 36 earthly steels, and 108 Xian steels. Then what is the basis? Is it the ranking of the first round? Someone asked. As soon as this was said, everyone became nervous. If it was really based on the ranking, then the people who fell behind would suffer. The elder shook his head. It's not based on the ranking. Don't worry, Wushuang City will give you the greatest fairness. Everyone can freely choose the divine powers on these steels to cultivate, and the time is the same. However, don't think that the ranking is not important. There were a total of 3 rounds. The total ranking of the 3 stages would be the final ranking, and each stage would have a specific reward. The first place of each stage will be given a leaf of Tao Comprehension tea. As for the others, they were all ranked according to their rankings. These rewards would be given out at the end of the 3 tests. The leaf of the Tao Comprehending tea. Heavens! He was actually so generous. Many people's eyes turned red. These people were all young masters in their respective families, but they didn't have the chance to obtain the Tao Comprehension tea leaves. Not to mention them, even their family heads didn't have the chance to obtain it. That was because this item was simply too precious. The amount was very small, and it would be divided among countless holy cities. Each holy city would not get much. These 3 might have been left behind after thousands of years of accumulation. Now, they actually wanted to use such treasures as rewards. It really provoked these people. Lin Xian was equally surprised. How could there be such a good thing? He had already experienced the enlightenment tea leaves once before. That time he had directly advanced by 2 small realms, reaching the 3rd heavenly layer. Unexpectedly, there was still more. These 3 leaves of Tao Comprehension tea must be mine. Lin Xian's eyes burst with an extremely cold light. The others were also incomparably excited. Di Ling was ambitious. Although I fell behind in the first round, I must obtain the second and third round. Hee, Tao Comprehension tea leaves? How surprising. I'll accept such a good thing. The corner of Ghost Li's mouth raised into a smile. In addition, although Shirbufan, Shui Tiancheng, and the others did not say anything. It was obvious that they were also determined to obtain it. Soon, everyone arrived at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion was as tall as an ancient building. Everyone knew that it was a world of its own. Sure enough, after entering, they found that it was much wider inside, as if it was a world of its own. Indeed, their cultivation was completely suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth here, and they couldn't use their other divine abilities. Damn! They couldn't even use their bloodline power. The laws of heaven and earth here were really amazing. It seemed that they could only use their newly learned divine abilities. Everyone was surprised. This was indeed fair enough. Hee, in terms of talent, none of you are my opponent. Di Ling snorted coldly. His cultivation was the highest, and he was the strongest. It was enough to show that his talent was strong. Ghostly sneered. Is that so? That might not be the case. Don't be trampled under my feet when the time comes. The others also clenched their fists, especially those who were ranked at the bottom. If they really fought according to actual combat, they had no hope. But now, everyone was at the same starting line. They might have a chance. They heard that there were 12 divine steels. Go quickly. They must learn the divine abilities on the divine steels. The divine abilities there were the strongest. Many people ran forward. With more than 10,000 people, it didn't seem crowded at all. Instead, it was a little spacious. Sure enough, there were many stone steels around. There were 12 shining with golden light. They were divine steels. 36 shining with purple light. They were earthly steels. 108 shining with blue light. They were mystic steels. There were indeed martial divine abilities on these stone steels, but they were all different. Some were very detailed. Some were just a few strokes, as if they could only be understood but not explained. There were all kinds of strange divine abilities. You have 3 months to comprehend it. After 3 months, you will begin the battle. Those who succeed will advance to the next stage of the test. Those who fail will be disqualified. They will be classified as honorary disciples. After half a year, you will be tested again. The voice rang between heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What? Failure means disqualification. How could it be like this? Everyone went crazy. Previously, they were full of confidence and wanted to become core disciples. But now there was a problem. That was, the person who failed would immediately become an in-name disciple. This was really too unbelievable. One must know that with more than 10,000 people, at least half of them would be eliminated. It was really too cruel. All right, as for the specific rules of the battle, we will talk about it after 3 months. Now, you should hurry up and think about how to cultivate your divine abilities in these 3 months. For Wushuang City martial artists also followed in. They were fighting on one side, and it seemed like they were guarding the order. Hurry up and comprehend. Everyone was in a hurry, because from this moment on, time had already started counting down. They only had 3 months. Everyone definitely rushed towards the 12 divine steels. Because the divine steels were the least, martial divine abilities were the most precious. Gui, Li, Diling, and the others were also very fast. They rushed to the front like flowing light. They each occupied a divine steels and observed. Get lost. Di Ling roared. The aura on his body exploded, causing the surrounding people to be unable to breathe. Chapter 3659. Although everyone's cultivation was suppressed, Di Ling's name was deeply imprinted in their minds. Hence, they could not help but take a step back. Trash, like you think you have the right to comprehend the sky steel with me? Get lost, or I'll kill you. Di Ling's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. It's over. What they were most worried about had happened. If the 8 Sky Prides joined forces to seal the Sky Steel, no one else would have the right to comprehend it. Indeed, the other Sky Prides also rushed towards the Sky Steel and occupied one of the Sky Steels. Yu Qinya let out a sinister laugh as he abruptly turned around and shot Lin Xian a glance. That's great. If he could join forces with Di Ling and the others to suppress Lin Xian, he would not be able to cultivate the sky steel. Then they would definitely win the second round. Countless people were shocked by the scene. They looked at Lin Xian and wanted to see what Lin Xian would do. Because Lin Xian was not one of the 8 Sky Prides. Instead, he was enemies with some of the 8 Sky Prides. If Lin Xian were to take action, they could help him. At least, they could not let the 8 Sky Prides be so arrogant. Shen Jingqiu said the same thing. Damn it, these guys are too evil. They actually joined forces to seal the sky steel. Brother Lin, let's do it together. Lin Xian smiled. Don't be anxious. Didn't I say it before? The second round is absolutely fair. Do you think they can do it without breaking the rules? Indeed, a Wushuang City martial artist shouted coldly from afar. Anyone can comprehend the sky steel. No one is allowed to occupy it. Those who dare to violate the rules will be expelled and disqualified. Once he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people were excited. Great. As for the 8 Sky Prides, such as Yu Qinya and Di Ling, their faces turned ugly. Damn it, there was such a condition. They were not willing to accept it. However, they did not dare to take action. If they dared to go against the Wushuang City people, they would be expelled immediately. So what if they could comprehend it? The divine ability on the heavenly steel was not something that anyone could comprehend. Di Ling sneered. Ghostly also raised a ferocious smile. Yu Qinya gritted his teeth. What a pity. This was originally a great opportunity to deal with Lin Xian, but who would have thought that it would be instantly neutralized? Quickly go and comprehend it. The surrounding saints all rushed forward and began to choose their own sky steels. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu also left in the morning. Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Just you wait. In 3 months, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Yu Qinya gritted his teeth while Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. What were they shouting for? If they had the time, they might as well spend it on comprehending the stone tablets. Right now, he didn't place Yu Qinya in his eyes at all. It could even be said that he was ignoring the other party. Damn it, I'm so angry. The other parties in different expression made Yu Qinya so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, now was not the time to make a move. He could only grit his teeth and look at the divine ability on the heavenly steel. Lin Xian also glanced at the 12 heavenly steels with a solemn expression. One had to admit that the divine abilities on the 12 heavenly steels were indeed powerful. There were close combat, long-range attacks, swords, fists, and legs. There was a type of each type, and there was even an eye technique. However, it wasn't that easy to comprehend because these divine abilities were too simple. There were only a few strokes. One would only know what divine ability it was at first glance. But if one wanted to cultivate it, they wouldn't be able to figure it out. For a moment, everyone's eyes flickered, and they began to ponder seriously. Shen Jingqiu frowned. Why couldn't she understand it? This wasn't something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. The 12 heavenly steels recorded the top divine abilities. It was too difficult to learn it in 3 months. Lin Xian shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate it. He wanted to understand it more thoroughly. Then he looked at the 36 earthly steels. These 36 earthly steels also recorded exquisite divine abilities. Looking at the power, it seemed to be weaker than the 12 heavenly steels. However, it was more detailed than the 12 heavenly steels. At least it was enough to make people scratch their heads. Next, Lin Xian looked at the 18 heavenly steels. This time, the divine abilities recorded on them were very detailed. Every step was recorded. Martial artists could follow the instructions and cultivate step by step. The 3 types of stone steels were different. They had different powers, and the difficulty of cultivation was also different. The time was also specific. It was only 3 months. Then, in these 3 months, the most important thing wasn't to occupy the divine abilities on the heavenly steels, but to increase one's combat strength as much as possible. In this way, there would be a problem of distribution. It's It seemed that the second stage wasn't that simple. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He now understood that the second stage wasn't just testing one's talent, it was also testing one's choice. 10,000 people, facing such a scene, had 10,000 choices. How to choose to maximize one's combat strength. There was a lot of knowledge in this. Were there any connections between the three types of stone steels? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He found a sword technique and looked at it on the heavenly steels. One of the sword techniques was called Sword of 100 Battles. This was a very mysterious sword technique. It could transform into various demonic beasts and terrifying heavenly anomalies to fight. It was a bit similar to the evolution of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. However, the Great Dragon Sword Soul could transform into anything. As for the Sword of 100 Battles, it could only transform into specific things to fight. Lin Xian took a look and realized that it could transform into 15 different demonic beasts. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Then he looked for a similar divine ability on the 36 earthly steels. This divine ability was called Psychic Hand. It could instantly set up some formations and then attack with the help of laws. This was a palm technique. The formation on the palm would obtain some characteristics of the demonic beasts. For example, it would be extremely strong or extremely soft. Lin Xian realized that this psychic hand was somewhat similar to the Sword of 100 Battles. Then he began to look at the 12 heavenly steels. The 12 heavenly steels were very simple. It seemed to contain the simplicity of the great Tao. It was impossible to understand. However, Lin Xian could still see some things clearly. For example, he saw one of the heavenly steels. There were only 3 Tao patterns carved on it. However, Lin Xian seemed to be able to see that it was a person summoning something from heaven and earth. It seemed to be something like a soul. In this way, Lin Xian felt that it was somewhat similar to the previous 2 divine abilities. It could be said that it was an upgraded version. There was indeed some connection. He narrowed his eyes. In this way, if he wanted to cultivate the divine ability on the heavenly steels, he could first cultivate the heavenly steels and the earthly steels. Then he could cultivate the divine ability on the heavenly steels. After thinking about this point, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was ready to take action. He transmitted his voice to Xin Jingqiu and told Xin Jingqiu about these things. After Xin Jingqiu heard, she was also surprised. Was this true? He looked around and found that there was indeed some connection. In that case, let's hurry up and cultivate. The 2 of them walked towards the 108 Xian steels. Chapter 3660. At this moment, everyone was trying their best to cultivate the divine ability on the heavenly steel. Even the earthly steel was rarely visited. As for Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu, they actually squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the Xian steel. This scene shocked countless people. No way! Isn't that Lin Wudi and the holy goddess of the spirit clan Jingqiu? Why did they leave? Don't they want to comprehend the heavenly steel? No idea. Could it be that they want to comprehend the earthly steel? The competition there is less. They looked carefully and realized that the 2 had walked past the earthly steel and arrived at the Xian steel. Instantly, these people went crazy. Heavens, they actually chose the Xian steel. How is this possible? The Xian steel looks like the weakest divine ability. These people simply couldn't understand. What is Lin Wudi doing? And some other people sneered when they saw this. Yu Qinya snorted, "Idiot kid. He actually chose the trashy Xian steel. He really doesn't know his place." He was too excited. If Lin Xian chose the heavenly steel, then he would be under great pressure. But he chose the Xian steel. This way, he had absolute confidence. 3 months later, he could kill Lin Xian to his heart's content. After Gui Li saw this, he also sneered. Di Ling was even more disdainful. What Lin Wudi? He doesn't even have the courage to choose the heavenly steel. He probably knows that he doesn't have the talent to comprehend it. What a joke. If he is like this, I can kill him with one hand in the second round. Di Ling was also very ambitious. In his opinion, Lin Xian should know that he couldn't comprehend the heavenly steel. so he chose the easiest Xian steel. Shi Bufan, Shi Sui Tianqin, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others were also puzzled. It shouldn't be. Lin Wuti is very strong, they all know. Why did he choose the Xian steel? Could it be that there is another mystery? Wang Xiaofeng said to Shi Sui Tiancheng, not knowing what he is doing, not knowing what he found. But I won't leave. My eye of Shi Sui can be used here. I want to comprehend it more efficiently than others. These top experts didn't leave because they had absolute confidence in themselves. With the best things available, why would they settle for the second best? The 4 warriors from Wushuang City who were standing in 4 different directions were surprised when they saw this scene. Could it be that this brat had found out? They were also looking forward to seeing how the peerless genius who had set a new record in the first round would perform in the second round. Lin Xian arrived in front of the 108 Xian tablets. He chose the sword of 100 battles because this sword technique and the great dragon sword spirit's simulation effect were very similar. If he wanted to cultivate, it would definitely be a piece of cake. These 3 stone steels are all connected to one another. Choose a cultivation technique that you like and cultivate accordingly. The effects should be very good. After saying that, Lin Xian began to cultivate. Shen Jingqiu nodded. She also chose a cultivation technique to cultivate. Needless to say, the sword technique that Lin Xian chose was very suitable for him. Soon he finished cultivating and stood up with a smile on his face. Next, it was time to comprehend the psychic hand. Lin Xian looked at the 36 earthly tablets and started to comprehend. The heavenly tablets were still very lively, but after a few days, some people collapsed. No, I can't comprehend it at all. Yes, it's too difficult. They felt that they couldn't figure out the direction. Some people were going crazy. Some people felt that they had to change their strategy, so they gave up on the heavenly tablets and started to cultivate the 36 earthly tablets. There were also some people who insisted that they would be able to comprehend it after a while. But after a month, most of them were in despair. They now knew that the heavenly tablets weren't easy to comprehend. If they continued to waste time, they probably wouldn't be able to learn a single divine ability. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to fight at all. They would only be beaten up. Therefore, these people retreated one after another. Some of them chose the 36 earthly monuments, and some of them even wanted to start cultivating the 108 Xian monuments like Lin Xian. However, there were a few people in front who didn't move. They were the other 7 of the 8 great prodigies. There were also 5 people who weren't part of the 8 great prodigies. These people were very confident in themselves. They stood in front of the heavenly tablets and continued to comprehend. Although these people's faces were very serious, they didn't look good. It was obvious that they didn't make much progress, but they believed that once they comprehended a move or 2, their power would definitely surpass everyone else. Another half a month passed. Lin Xian stood up. He had mastered the psychic hand. Next, he needed to comprehend the heavenly tablets. It was the summoning divine ability that he had seen before. Thinking of this, he walked forward. Lin Xian's arrival shocked everyone. What was going on? Lin Wuti came to the heavenly tablets again. Could it be that he wanted to comprehend the heavenly tablets? God, he didn't want to comprehend it at first. Now that there was only 1.5 months left, could he comprehend it completely? Everyone was shocked. Then they shook their heads and ignored him. They couldn't understand Lin Xian's actions at all. The only one who understood was probably Shen Jingqiu. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu was also comprehending one of the 36 earthly tablets. She would soon master it, probably in another 3 to 5 days. She would also go to the heavenly tablets. Lin Xian came to the heavenly tablet and sat down cross-legged. He started to comprehend it. His arrival surprised the geniuses on the side of the sky steel. Why was this brat here again? Shi Sui Tianchen and the others were confused. Yu Qinya snorted. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Do you have time to comprehend it completely? In his opinion, it was a waste of time. Di Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Xian was trying to comprehend the same heavenly tablet as him. Was he looking for death? That's good too. When the time came, he would use the same superpower to torture Lin Xian to death. Time passed slowly. The people in the heavenly tablets tried their best to comprehend as many superpowers as possible. Some of them even started to comprehend the earthly tablet's superpower. However, the people in the heavenly tablets didn't move at all, because it was already good enough for them to comprehend one heavenly tablet in 3 months. Finally, another 1.5 months passed. 3 months had passed. On this day, a voice was heard. Then a martial artist from Wushuang City said that the time was up and no one was allowed to comprehend it. As soon as he said that, the heavenly tablets shone brightly and nothing could be seen anymore. Sigh. Many people sighed. They hadn't comprehended enough yet. This was a great opportunity for them to learn Wushuang City's superpower. However, they had no choice. The time was up and they couldn't comprehend it anymore. The 8 great sky prides stood up as well. They looked extremely solemn. The 3 months of comprehension was indeed a unique experience for them. They had never comprehended such a magical superpower in such a tense situation. They wondered how powerful it would be in the end.